Well, it looks like a lot of sunshine today, but not as windy across the Mid-South. Winds only around 5 to 10 miles per hour. So with that in mind, temperatures are going to hit the low 70s. We'll see a few high clouds roll in as we go through the afternoon, but a very comfortable day across the entire Mid-South. Look at this, low 70s for portions of West Tennessee, 71 Covington, Ripley, 71 in Dyersburg. Same story in Bolivar. As you go to the south, a little bit warmer, maybe some mid-70s. Clarksdale all the way back to Batesville, and as we go into eastern Arkansas, generally around 73 from Wynne all the way down to Helena. Let's talk about our next system though, because it will include some rain chances starting tomorrow afternoon, maybe north of Memphis. Not everybody's going to see rain tomorrow, but there could be a few showers out there. May have to watch for an isolated shower or storm later in the day Friday. Definitely some rain in the morning, but I think there could be some pop-up isolated storms in the afternoon. One or two of those could be strong, so we'll have to watch because an area of low pressure will be just to our north, and a much warmer and more unstable atmosphere will move into the Mid-South. Then that front kind of lingers across the area, so we'll leave off and on rain chances in the forecast through the weekend, but it's not going to be a washout. Look at how warm it's going to be. Notice the darker reds. Yeah, we're really going to warm up as we head into the weekend. Let's talk about the first chance of showers, though, as we go into tomorrow. Looks dry in the morning, but in the afternoon, there could be a little batch of showers, mainly from Blytheville to Dyersburg back to Jonesboro. That will be the prime area to see any rain. Otherwise, as we go into the weekend for Beale Street Music Fest in the evening hours, we're thinking that temperatures will be in the 70s. Yes, we'll have about a 30% chance of a pop-up shower or storm. Hopefully we can keep those away from the event. But as we go into Saturday, again, most of the activity would likely be in the early morning hours. Still can't rule out a pop-up shower in the evening. I think the best chance is probably going to be Sunday evening, as we'll see evening showers start to develop, especially after 7 o'clock. Of course, we're going to keep you posted on the Action News 5 First Alert weather app as we go through the weekend, and Ron Childers will be tracking the latest on all this as well on Action News 5 at 4, 5, 6, and 10 o'clock the next couple of nights. Look for temperatures in the 7-day forecast to go above average the next several days with those off and on rain chances. Again, not a washout on any given day, but we'll stay in the 80-degree range heading into early next week with lows in the mid-60s.
Okay, during the winter months, we have to worry about a lot of things. We have to worry about our pets, our plants, and our pipes, of course, during those freezing conditions. We also got to worry about those trees. You know, those trees out there. Are they dead? Is it just winter? Are the leaves going to come back in the spring? A lot of questions out there for some people who may or may not know what's exactly going on, and that's why we're bringing in our arborist, Nathan Baker from Jones Brothers Tree and Landscape. He's back on the digital desk with us this morning. Nathan, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing today?
Doing well, thanks. So, you know, a lot of times on my way home, I will see some of the trees that I guess are used for almost like a fence a little bit. You know, I guess they're of the pine tree variety, and a lot of them are dead. And I wonder, my wife and I were wondering, is it because they were planted during a certain time and we had that hard freeze right around Christmas time, that Christmas weekend? How do we know when it's dead or when it's just hibernating, for lack of a better term?
All right, so there's a couple things you can do. And as far as your first point, asking about timing for planting, really the winter months are a great time to plant trees because the roots have a chance to harden off. So that's not going to be part of it. But how you can check these trees is you can go and you can scratch with like a fingernail or a key or a little knife, just a tiny spot on the stems. And if you see green underneath that outer layer of bark, that tells you that the tree is alive inside there. You may have some whole limbs that are dead, but it might not be the entire tree that's dead. So that's one of the first ways that you can check.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So, what are some other kind of good rules to just kind of follow when it comes to whether a tree is gone or a tree is still salvageable?
Okay, so there's going to be kind of 3 signs that your trees are in serious trouble. Okay, so the first would be if the trunk, so that main stem, if that has a split in it or if it shows peeling bark. The second would be weakness from the freeze could cause branches or even whole trees to fall down on your property. And in the last 2 weeks or so, we've seen a good bit of that with the whole tree failure and trees falling over. And the third thing would be to look for multiple branches with no living buds. Okay, so one important thing to know is that your evergreen trees and shrubs may have lost foliage this year, and the leaves that remain may look brown or burned, and this is to be expected whenever the temperatures dropped as low as they did. We had around 2 degrees, and when you take into consideration the wind chill, we're talking well below zero, and the trees in Memphis just are not used to that kind of cold. But that doesn't necessarily mean that your tree is doomed. But when you also notice the major issues, it's time to consult with an arborist.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, what is the worst kind of weather that that is so harmful for some of the trees? Is it, an excess of water and some of the heavy storms that we've been dealing with, or is it the freezing conditions we had, for example, Christmas weekend? I mean, is it both?
It's really a combination of all of them, right? So if we have a lot of rain and the ground gets saturated and soft, then you have some winds come through. It can topple trees very easily. And then if we have freezing rain, which we've also experienced, you could have limbs breaking or whole tree failure. And then the very low temperatures will cause individual limbs or buds to die on these trees.
Okay, so now let's say, I go and I find out that there are, several trees that are dead. Now what do we do? Give us the next steps.
Okay, so think about your shrubs that are usually green all year. So you're talking about the evergreen trees planted in a row. Those are green all year. Could be holly trees, could be little cypress trees or arborvitaes. Now, if they have brown leaves, the name of the game is waiting. So we may not know until spring that these trees may be dead. They may leaf back out. And then another thing to keep in mind is that if you have flowering shrubs like azaleas or magnolias, is a lot of those blooms may not happen this year because of the freeze damage, but the shrub or the tree may still live throughout the season. So it might need just that one recovery year before it can really start giving that good color again.
All really good ideas and really good advice, Nathan. Is there anything else that we can touch on with regards to this topic that our viewers who are watching should know?
Okay. So there's some general kind of maintenance that you should keep in mind. I would look at mulching, right? So if you have properly mulched, so you want to get, a 2 to 3 inch layer of mulch around the tree, but you don't want it directly up against the trunk. You want to have about kind of 1 to 2 inch gap directly around the trunk of the tree. And if you mulch that can help keep the soil moisture at proper levels. Now, right now, that doesn't seem like a big issue, right? Because we're getting plenty of rain, the ground is wet. But now, once we hit summer months, this is going to help because these trees will have the soil moisture that they need to grow and to keep thriving. If you see major damage, such as cracked trunks, cracked limbs, it would be a good idea to get an arborist to evaluate that tree and help you safely remove those limbs if needed.
Okay. Well, listen, Nathan Baker, we really appreciate you, Jones Brothers Tree and Landscape Arborist. Thanks so much. Great insight this morning. We appreciate it.
Oh, thank you so much for having me on.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. We often associate acne breakouts with our teen years, but for so many Americans out there, breakouts aren't just a distant memory. In fact, acne is the most prevalent skin disease right now, affecting up to 80% of people at some point during their lives. Let's talk about acne, some of the causes, and what we can do to help ourselves with the one and only Dr. Pimple Popper. Dr. Sandra Lee, dermatologist, is with us here on the Action News 5 digital desk. Dr. Lee, thanks so much for joining us. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you guys?
We are doing well, thank you very much. So, so tell us, what is the cause of acne primarily?
Well, acne is caused by oily skin or sebum that builds up in our pores, and sebum is really largely controlled by hormones. So really, that's really what causes everything. Hormones are also called androgens. These increase and decrease throughout our lifetime, so they fluctuate. And so when they are higher, like during teenage years, that's when you have more acne breakouts. And so actually, though, throughout your life, it can really fluctuate and go up and down, so that, you can get them when you're 50. You can even get acne when you're in your 50s and your 60s. So it doesn't really matter your age or your gender. Hormones.
So tell me about the AHA Acne Hormones campaign that you are a part of. I guess it spotlights the role of hormones as the underlying cause of acne. Tell me more.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important for people to understand why we get acne breakouts. And that's really a key to treating, because I think people feel really helpless when they have a breakout and they don't know how to treat it. And then you get some kind of, treatment regimen from your doctor and you're like, well, I don't even know what this does. I don't know, what it's doing. I don't know if it's going to work or not. But if people understand that it's caused by hormones specifically, and that a certain medication is going to specifically help to treat those or lower those hormones in your skin, then I think people are going to be more willing to use it, and they're going to actually also feel really like a part of the treatment, right? They're going to feel like they have control over their own skin.
Dr. Lee, you have this show on TLC, and it's a hit show. So many people watch it, but it's interesting. I know in our viewers, and you might find this yourself, that people are in either one of two camps. They either love the show or they can't stand it because they can't stand watching the video. Tell me about your success and what the show's like.
Well, I think it became successful because either people hate it or they love it, but either way, they're talking about it, right? So that's really what really drove the interest or, the popularity of the show. And I really think what's great about it is even if you have to look away at certain parts, there's such a wonderful story there. You really meet people that you kind of connect with because you see how we can change their lives in very positive ways. And so it's a really great feel-good story. It just really kind of starts with something that's a little bit maybe a little uncomfortable to watch or uncomfortable to see. But that's what's really great about it. I feel so lucky to be a part of it.
So many people watching right now either have a family member or a friend that has been affected by serious acne throughout some point of their lives. Can you maybe talk about some myths and misconceptions about acne?
Sure. I mean, I think greasy food, right? I'm sure like a mom has told a son, like, you stop eating that pizza because that's really just going to make your acne worse. Well, pizza only causes acne if you rub it all over your face, because that's where you're getting oil on your skin. Eating pizza is not going to transfer to oil increasing in your skin. So that's one myth. Also, you need to wash your face more because your skin is just dirty and that's why you're getting acne. Well, actually, overwashing your face can make your acne much worse and make your skin really irritated and, even increase the risk for scarring and bleeding and things like that. So, I think what's really important is to get people understanding the root cause of acne, which is really due to our hormones. And in many ways, we can't really control that unless you really use some medications that are going to specifically help to lower those levels.
What about your gut? I hear a lot of doctors talk about your microbiome, your gut as maybe a source of some acne out there. Is that true?
I mean, I think that the microbiome and, people doing probiotics and prebiotics and postbiotics are all to try to increase the health of our gut and also potentially increase the health of our skin in many ways. And, there's a lot of new things that we're learning in that sort of arena. But it's just part of the whole process. And I think in general, if we feel healthy, in general, our skin is going to look more healthy. We're going to feel good about ourselves.
If you had to maybe give 3 headlines of the best things for teenagers and adults to do in order to maintain a clean, healthy skin without acne, what would you tell them?
I would say make sure to address your skin if it is oily, because the oiliness is really what is a key promoter for acne. I would say for the health of your skin, make sure you wear sunscreen and protect it from sun damage or premature aging, skin cancer, that sort of thing. And the third is probably to smile and be happy, because happiness really really makes us feel good and really makes your skin look better. And really, when you smile, you have fewer wrinkles too. So.
Quickly, where can people get more information from you with regards to the campaign that you're on and acne health overall?
Yes, there's a website, acnehormones.com.
Awesome. All right, Dr. Sandra Lee, Dr. Pimple Popper, thanks so much for joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We appreciate your info.
Thank you.
Amanda Hansen here at the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to take a live look from our High 5 camera here in Midtown Memphis. That sun is shining. A little chilly this morning, so hopefully you grab the jacket as you head out the door. Things are going to warm up as we head out throughout the rest of the day. It's Wednesday. Hope you're having a good start to your day. We're halfway through the week. A lot of people excited. Memphis in May kicking off this weekend with Beale Street Music Festival. It's just one of those staples here in the city of Memphis that people look forward to each and every year. And another thing I guess people expect this time of year during Memphis in May, chances of rain. What's the weekend going to look like? Is it going to be Mudfest for Beale Street Music Festival? Let's go ahead and get that breakdown from meteorologist Spencer Denton.
Well, it looks like a lot of sunshine today, but not as windy across the Mid-South. Winds only around 5 to 10 miles per hour. So with that in mind, temperatures are going to hit the low 70s. We'll see a few high clouds roll in as we go through the afternoon, but a very comfortable day across the entire Mid-South. Look at this, low 70s for portions of West Tennessee, 71 Covington, Ripley, 71 in Dyersburg. Same story in Bolivar. As you go to the south, a little bit warmer, maybe some mid-70s. Clarksdale all the way back to Batesville, and as we go into eastern Arkansas, generally around 73 from Wynne all the way down to Helena. Let's talk about our next system though, because it will include some rain chances starting tomorrow afternoon, maybe north of Memphis. Not everybody's going to see rain tomorrow, but there could be a few showers out there. May have to watch for an isolated shower or storm later in the day Friday. Definitely some rain in the morning, but I think there could be some pop-up isolated storms in the afternoon. One or two of those could be strong, so we'll have to watch because an area of low pressure will be just to our north and a much warmer and more unstable atmosphere will move into the Mid-South. Then that front kind of lingers across the area, so we'll leave off and on rain chances in the forecast through the weekend, but it's not going to be a washout. Look at how warm it's going to be. Notice the darker reds. Yeah, we're really going to warm up as we head into the weekend. Let's talk about the first chance of showers, though, as we go into tomorrow. Looks dry in the morning, but in the afternoon, there could be a little batch of showers, mainly from Blytheville to Dyersburg back to Jonesboro. That will be the prime area to see any rain. Otherwise, as we go into the weekend for Beale Street Music Fest in the evening hours, we're thinking that temperatures will be in the 70s. Yes, we'll have about a 30% chance of a pop-up shower or storm. Hopefully we can keep those away from the event. But as we go into Saturday, again, most of the activity would likely be in the early morning hours. Still can't rule out a pop-up shower in the evening. I think the best chance is probably going to be Sunday evening, as we'll see evening showers start to develop, especially after 7 o'clock. Of course, we're going to keep you posted on the Action News 5 First Alert weather app as we go through the weekend, and Ron Childers will be tracking the latest on all this as well on Action News 5 at 4, 5, 6, and 10 o'clock the next couple of nights. Look for temperatures in the 7-day forecast to go above average the next several days with those off and on rain chances. Again, not a washout on any given day, but we'll stay in the 80-degree range heading into early next week with lows in the mid-60s.
All right, another live look at our High 5 camera in Midtown Memphis as a lot of you begin to start your day. All right, let's talk about some of our big stories that we're following this morning. We've been talking about all morning long in our morning show. Shelby County District Attorney Steve Mulroy says the autopsy for Tyre Nichols is nearly complete. There's been so many people waiting for those results and what they're going to present. Tyre died 4 months ago after being beaten during a traffic stop near his home. The district attorney says the autopsy will prove that Tyre died from his injuries. 5 former MPD officers are facing second-degree murder charges connected to all this. And I know a lot of you yesterday were, I'm sure, had your phone in hand checking for updates on the situation that was happening around the University of Memphis that shut down a widespread area of University of Memphis. And it's all being drawn down to a cry for help. And that's what loved ones say a Memphis man was doing when police say he fired a shot at a local TV station, then barricaded himself inside of a restaurant bathroom. It was very intense. He even went to Facebook Live talking to people. Action News 5's Bria Bolden shares their concerns and what one mental health expert says we can all do.
As police took 26-year-old Jared Nathan into custody, his mother shared his struggle with his mental health over his life.
I think the mental health started at 13, 14 years old, ma'am. I think it started then.
His mother, Marsha McKinney, said her son spent time at Lakeside Behavioral Health System and shared that he had been shot several times by his father's friend back in October. McKinney said Nathan's actions Tuesday were a cry for help.
My son is drunk. Then his mama gonna get him some help. Today, now I got to put my foot in the trenches and do what he needs to be done, and I gotta take care of him.
Family and those who know him, one after the other, showed up at the scene on the Highland Strip. Local activist Sharon Morning, also known as Mama D, said Nathan has lived with a disability since he was shot.
It's hard for him to try and get a job. It's hard for him, to be self-sufficient, and this is what's plaguing our youth, today, coping with the afterfact of being shot, and this is a prime example.
We really talk about mental health only when two things happen: when somebody commits suicide or a situation like this where something extreme happens with gun violence and it could have taken somebody else's life.
Local mental health specialist Brandy Flynn says we should all get more comfortable talking about mental health in our families and our communities, especially if you see a loved one struggling.
A lot of times when you ask people, how are you doing? We get the cliche, I'm fine, I'm okay, but a lot of times we're not, because we feel like nobody really cares about what I have to say, or if I tell you the truth, are you going to judge me? So we just really need to just be there for people, not judge them, and just let them know that they're not here alone.
Nathan's parents say that they hope that their son is able to get help instead of jail time. He's expected to be in court today before a judge. And I know so many people are just thankful that no one was injured during everything that happened yesterday. And so, of course, we'll continue to follow this story. We'll bring you any updates that we can here on air and on the Action News 5.
All right, let's talk about cybersecurity awareness, because that is the month of October. In addition to Breast Cancer Awareness Month, it's also Cybersecurity Awareness Month. And get this stat here. More than 75% of Americans recently shared that they were targeted by an online scam, which can include donation scams, tech support scams, romance scams, cryptocurrency scams, and much, much more. Does that surprise you? It doesn't surprise me, but it's certainly pervasive, it seems, in every part of the country. Let's bring in a cybersecurity expert right now. Jaya Ballou is joining us. And Jaya, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm very well, thank you.
Thank you for joining us. And I understand that the sandwich generation seems to be one of those generations that really has a lot of responsibilities when it comes to this. Sandwich generation, my understanding is that, because I'm a part of it, you have aging parents and you have kids. The kids tend to be skewing a little bit younger. Is that what the sandwich generation is? Let's define it for everybody.
You're absolutely right. That's exactly what it is. And just like you, I'm also part of it. So it's not an easy spot to be in, because you've got this double role where you have to be the primary caregiver, both for your kids, but also make sure your parents are okay. And one area that's often overlooked when we're doing all the other responsibilities is around cybersecurity.
Yeah, one of the most frustrating things for me, especially when my father-in-law lived with us, was that how many phone calls he got from the constant people that, may sound nice over the phone, may sound trusting over the phone, but it was a bunch of garbage, and it's just so frustrating. So what's the best advice for not only managing what older Americans have to deal with when it comes to scams, but also our children too?
Yeah, so, the good news is that both for the older Americans that we need to take care of, as well as those younger kids that we've got as our primary role, they're the same stuff that we have to do for both of them. And I like to kind of couch it into three things, like the first thing is prevention, making sure that they have some good cyber hygiene practices ready to go that are enabled by default. And that can be a good antivirus, a good web browser, and a strong VPN that they can use because they want to be connected from anywhere on every device all the time. So that's a good starting point. Majority of threats are blocked. The second thing is just really about detection, being vigilant, watching out for those red flags, knowing when to recognize one of those phone calls is completely illegitimate, that your bank never wants to ask information about your passwords or that kind of stuff by calling you, and especially an unsolicited call asking you for information is not normal. So watching out for those red flags is the second thing, really being vigilant and paying attention to that scam-like behavior. And the third thing, which is really like not easy to do when it happens, but you need to kind of prepare it before it happens, is in case you actually do get attacked or do fall initially for the scam, how to stop it quickly, and then also how to get help, whether that means informing police or finding someone in your network that can actually undo the harm that was done. Having that ready before you need it is super important to getting this right.
What about for younger children? By the way, I love that response. That was excellent. Cyber hygiene. That's a term that I want to develop there and just kind of use from now on. And VPN. I feel like VPNs are just so underrated right now. They need to be more prevalent. What about for younger children out there? Because the older Americans, that seems to be, it gets a lot of press about ways to protect older Americans, but sometimes our children are left vulnerable on screens and devices. What are some good practices for some of the parents out there?
So I'm a mom of 3, and I've got to tell you that in some cases, I find my kids way more savvy, even though I was hacking from the age of 9 and I feel like I really know what the internet is. I find them super savvy on some of these social media platforms, and they've already figured out, how to have hacks for games. They're doing all this stuff. And I feel like the best way to educate them is not to prohibit them from doing something. And especially as parents who may be less tech savvy than their kids these days, the best thing to do is to have that conversation about what is safe, what is acceptable, how to spot something that, is doing something that's actually evil. And also, we need to worry more about our kids about things like cyberbullying. Are they actually having a good time on some of these social media platforms that they're on? Or when they're exchanging information while they're playing Fortnite or whatever, that information is not something that's actually confidential. When they're being requested to send images, how they actually protect their profiles on any of these platforms, just making sure it's invite only, and that the photos that my daughter, for example, is uploading, that they're not just being spread out. I'm trying to take the role of not saying no, because I don't want to find them circumventing my advice, but finding a way to actually have a dialogue and really talk to them and engage and let them understand what the threat is so they make the best decisions they possibly can.
I know you mentioned a little bit about this earlier, but for viewers out there that want to is secure their household as much as possible, virus protection software, that sort of thing, passwords, maybe 2 identification verifications, that sort of thing. Give me a list of the best preventable ways so that you're not hacked.
Okay, so we started out with those 3. I love this, by the way. I could do this all day. But we started out with those 3 of a good antivirus. And again, it doesn't matter to me which one you have, as long as it's a solid antivirus. And you can go out there and look at AV Comparatives or any of the other sites to figure out which one fits your price range and your purpose best. Start there. The second one is really, when you go online, a good secure browser. Third one is a VPN for all of your devices so that when you're using the internet from other Wi-Fi points that you're still safe. And then, what you mentioned, a lot of platforms that we engage with online already have 2-factor authentication enabled. We as users, though, need to turn it on. There's some user involvement in order to be able to use that benefit that's already there. So I urge everybody on the platforms that you use, whether it's Instagram or Facebook or whatever it is, WhatsApp, etc., Signal, turn on that 2-factor authentication mechanism that's there. If you don't know how to do it, Google that for the platform that you're using. You'll find an easy set of instructions. The other thing about passwords, now, I have to tell you, this is a drama, and it's always been the worst thing ever. People do not like complex passwords because they don't remember them, so they wind up writing it on a sticky note or losing it or whatever. So the best thing is to have a unique password for everything you're using, and then to manage that with a password manager. So the easiest way to do that unique password for every site and then having it slightly complex is to let it go into a password manager, and there's a bunch of good ones out there. Pick one. Make sure you use it, consistently, use it across your different devices, and already that will make a huge amount of difference. There's also like small things that I like to point out, which is really when you are getting links in emails, just don't arbitrarily click. Try to find out where that link is taking you, and then you can better click that by yourself by typing it in if that's a valid and legitimate email. Try to have, for sensitive information, an offline channel, like a phone call that you can make to verify that that's legitimate requests that you're actually getting.
I know you got to wrap up a little bit here, Jaya, but what about social media with our youngsters out there? They're on it a lot. What are best practices for social media?
Well, again, my thing that I do with my kids is to just agree on a certain amount of screen time to monitor usage. And one of the things that I did with my son very early on is that we actually read the terms and conditions of the platform that he was using. And it sounds absolutely horrible and a terrible thing to do with your Sunday afternoon, but it's actually really useful because then they suddenly understand that they're being followed and tracked even when they're not on that social media platform. And all of that off-platform activity about them is used to collect information about all of their browsing behavior. And so when my son found that out, he actually said, you know what, I don't want to do this now. This is not the goal. We want to empower people to embrace online technology and be having some concept of digital freedom when they go online. But again, it begins with the dialogue. Just start the conversation. I think that's a great thing to do in this month of cybersecurity awareness.
What a novel concept, reading the terms and conditions. I love it. Is there anything else we can go to for more information, some of the things that you've said? It's been fantastic. Where can our viewers get that information online?
Well, just start at the Avast.com sandwich generation site. So www.avast.com sandwich generation. And we have a bunch of resources there. There's an online quiz to test your awareness, stuff that you can print out and share with your parents. Just start there. I think a good starting point is, already means you're doing a lot of good effort for the future.
Well, Jaya Ballou is the Avast Chief Information Security Officer, and great tips, great conversation. Thanks so very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, an evening with Groucho. I don't know if you heard, it's coming to the Halloran Center May 6th. Dubbed nothing short of masterful by the Chicago Tribune, award-winning actor Frank Ferrante brings his acclaimed stage portrayal of the legendary comedian right here to Memphis. And we got a treat today because we have Frank here on the digital desk with us this morning. Hey, Frank, how you doing?
Wonderful, thank you. Appreciate your time. Hello to everyone.
Yeah, I'm glad to have you on the show. We'd love to be able to kind of get a preview of some of the great performances that come out to the Halloran Center. I'm familiar with Groucho Marx, and just from looking at the video, it's quite the portrayal. Tell us a little bit about the show and what people can expect May 6th.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. It's a comedy with music, and whether you know Groucho or not is incidental. It's a show that I've done for over 35 years around the world, in New York and London and in Bartlett many years ago. But it's a lot of, it's improv and it's storytelling and songs, and it's all centered around this great character of Groucho Marx, who, in my opinion, was the greatest comedian the country's produced. Very fun and very fast moving and really fun for all ages. I've enjoyed making new generations of fans around this humor.
Yeah, it's great stuff. It looks like it's a very entertaining show. And like you said, people that aren't familiar even with Groucho can come out and have a good time, get to know this legendary comedian. And I know you were saying that you've been doing this for decades, doing this show. I know you mentioned coming to Bartlett. That's actually my hometown. How did you stumble upon really just embodying this character and really making this, I mean, something that has been long lasting? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Absolutely. When I was about 10 years old, I saw a Marx Brothers movie, black and white film. I was a kid in a small town in California, and it was the day at the races. And on the screen, on my TV set, were these three crazy, wild men. Groucho with the cigar and the mustache, and the wisecracks, and the brother Harpo, who was silent and played the harp, and Chico, who played the piano and had an Italian accent. And they were just wreaking havoc, and it was exhilarating. And I never laughed that hard in my life. And so I went into my local library and started researching everything about the Marx Brothers and comedy. And that just continued to evolve. And I studied theater. And when I was 22 years old, I graduated from school, and I was cast by Groucho Marx's son to portray Groucho Marx from age 15 to 85 in a show. And so that's what happened. It was a great honor. So I was in New York and London performing as Groucho. But to get to your question, there was just something so wild and free. And Groucho's such a great physical comedian and verbal comedian. And he's irreverent, and he does things and says things we could only dream about doing. And as a shy kid, I found him so exciting. And that's what I try to do in the show, is to remind people of how exciting he was as a comedian, physically and verbally, all those great lines and scenes. But my favorite part really is the improv. A third of the show is improvised and audience interactive. Every show is different, and I take great joy in still performing it. I've done over 3,000 performances worldwide. Never played downtown, right in Memphis. So that's the Orpheum, the Halloran, is one of those theaters that the Marx Brothers would have played back in the day 100 years ago. So I'm excited to be in Memphis.
Yeah, I always love to hear the backstory when it comes to how people kind of get into these roles and things like that. And I thought it was interesting, too, you talking about being shy. And probably for you, it was a way for you to kind of like get behind a character and be able to maybe embody something that you typically wouldn't because of being introverted in that way. And I love the fact that there is so much improv, too, because like you said, every show is going to be different, right?
Absolutely. And that's something that grew over time, to tell you the truth. When I first did the show in school, it was pretty straight. I did the songs and I did stories, and the stories are wonderful. Like I said, you don't have to know anything about Groucho because his life is interesting. So he's this great American life. He's a survivor who made good. But slowly I started like doing, when someone would cough or come in late and I'd make a joke and I'd get huge laughs. And I thought, oh, this is what's working. And Groucho Marx used to do that in movies like on stage in Animal Crackers and Coconuts. And he had a TV show called You Bet Your Life for 14 years, from the late 40s through early 60s. Welcome, You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. It's a common way, something you see every day. And so he would improvise with contestants on this comedy quiz show. And that's what was funny. He was remarkable. He was probably the greatest wit the country produced. And so I started improvising more and more, and some of the set material, some of the songs I'd cut out in lieu of the improv, or I'd get rid of some stories, because that's what audiences like, because it's happening right then and there. It's right there, right in front of people, and they know they're getting something no one else is getting. That's fun. And I surprise myself sometimes. I have no idea what's going to happen from night to night, nor does my piano player, Gerald Sternbach, who's also flying in from Los Angeles. He's played for Carol Burnett. He's played for Mel Brooks. So I got this great support musically. But the improv is exciting. I recently became friendly with Bobcat Goldthwait, the comedian who was best friends with Robin Williams. And he paid me the best compliment. And Bobcat said to me, "You remind me of Robin," which was like, Robin Williams was one of my heroes, just like Groucho Marx is. So that came over time, but it's like anything. It's the more you do, you hope, the better you get. So what audiences will get in Memphis is the culmination of about 38 years of developing the show. I do other things, acting and directing, but this show has been a constant in my life. And it always delights me to see the response of people of all ages and backgrounds, as if they never experienced this type of improv and crowd work, they call it.
Yeah, and to me, improv is such a gift. I mean, and the fact you have a great, I know you were talking about the pianist that is on the show. I mean, they're able to pivot with you and they can kind of read your moves and what you're going to do. But I mean, improv like that is a gift, and to be able to get that audience reaction and to kind of keep the rhythm going, I mean, that's really awesome. And I like the fact that it's a different show and it's always something, it keeps it new and exciting for you as well. And so I know the show, it's May 6th, and we want to get people out there. I know tickets are on sale right now. Any other last things you want to mention about the show, what people can expect when they come out?
Well, thank you. They should expect the unexpected. And if you love theater, if you love live comedy, if you love stand-up, if you love storytelling, this is the right show. And if you want to see a show that's been around for a while, from Australia to London throughout, I played over 500 cities. This is a fun show to go. It's great for a date, believe it or not, and it's also fun for families. So, thank you.
Well, Frank, it's been a true pleasure having you here on the Digital Desk. And while you're in Memphis, by the way, I want to ask you, is there obviously you've been to Bartlett before, anything you're wanting to do while you're in town, or any favorite spots or any places you want to make sure to hit up?
You're going to have to tell me, but for me, it's barbecue, barbecue, barbecue.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's an unlimited amount of places, and all of them are just delicious depending on what type of dry rib, wet ribs, brisket. I mean, right. You can't go wrong with any place in town. So we look forward to having you May 6th, and I know it's going to be a great show. You have a great morning, all right?
Thank you. Take care, and thank you for your time.
Absolutely. Hey, let's one more time talk about the details here. So May 6th, tickets just $37.50. Great price. I mean, something for the whole family. And like Frank mentioned, a great date night. So head over to orpheum-memphis.com and get those tickets now, because I know they're going to go fast. All right, well, graduation season is upon us, and whether it's high school graduation and maybe wanting to further your education or enter the workforce, or college graduates accepting a new job, financial decisions can be so stressful, and just trying to navigate through that can be very difficult. So joining us to talk a little bit more about it is Ashley Feinstein-Gerstley. She's the author of Financial Adulting, Everything You Need to Know to Be a Financially Confident and Conscious Adult. Ashley, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing well. Thank you for having me on.
So I guess the first thing I want to do is just dive right in. Let's talk about maybe what are some of the biggest mistakes or things that these young adults, whether it's 18 into your early 20s, where maybe they're making mistakes financially. What would you say is probably some of the biggest problems or things that they just don't know about?
Yes, I'd say two big things. The first, and I did both of these things, so it's coming from experience, is to wait to save until we have enough money to save. So there's this idea, and how we traditionally view saving is we earn money, we live our lives, we pay everybody else, and then we hope and wait that there will be money left over to save. And in my experience, that just doesn't work for most people. Even when we get a raise, there's still not money. So I would say pay ourselves first, pay yourself first is something that I would highly, highly recommend. And then the other is not having a plan. And I know that budgets get a bad rap. We think they might be restricting, they might limit our fun, but I view them as an act of self-love, because when we have a budget, we have a plan, we have peace of mind, we can build in things that are fun and have no guilt as we spend them, and just have clarity about where our money is going and reach our financial goals. So I would say not having a plan and waiting to save until we make more money are the two biggest mistakes that I see.
And when you talk about saving, is there a certain rule of thumb when you say you want to maybe save back this percentage of the money you're bringing in, or does it just depend on each individual's budget and what kind of money they're bringing in? What advice would you have for that?
Yes, so I would say it does depend. I am not a big fan of having a certain percentage as far as saving and investing and retirement, but I would say first and foremost, you want to have that crisis fund saved up. So that first $1,000, that first 1 month of expenses, and then from there building up to have a fully funded rainy day fund. So in case something happens with an illness or with our job, that we have money to pay for our expenses for 3 months, 6 months, depending on your personal situation.
And this is just a question for me, because I think way back, back in the day, a lot of people would have their checkbook, and they would go in, and every time they would write a check, they would go in, they'd balance their checkbook. They had an idea of the money that was coming in, coming out. Do you feel like that now people really aren't using that checkbook, and it's harder to maybe keep up with the money you're spending? Do you feel like that?
Yeah, I think technology has done some great things, but it makes it very easy to have no idea where our money is going. Even if you think about checkbooks are a great example, credit cards, we don't feel the pain of what we spent until the bill goes through, swiping our credit card, hopping in and out of a Lyft, we're not even really paying. So I think I'm a huge fan of having what I call money parties, which are time that we set aside to look at what's happened with our money over the last month or the last week. So actually go through and look at those expenses, because it is so easy to lose track of them. And I've had that experience where you see the credit card bill and you say, that wasn't me, but then you go through each and every expense and you realize, these things just add up. So having that time, if we don't look at our expenses, it's just not going to happen. And we need to carve out that time for ourselves.
Do you feel like that generation, you just get out of high school, you're coming out of college, that little group right there, a lot of times they're finally getting out of the house, they're starting to support themselves. Do you think that some of the biggest mistakes start off with credit cards, and maybe every time you go to a store and they say, well, you get 20% off if you apply for a credit card? Do you feel like that this generation can sometimes fall victim to that when it comes to credit cards? What are some of the biggest mistakes?
Yes. So I actually was one of the people who had that happen to me, and I didn't even understand how credit cards worked. I remember by the time I paid my bill, I had so many late fees. And so I do think there's this idea that it actually is something that I wish I knew when I graduated from school, that most people, we don't learn about this. And I'm seeing it more and more being taught in schools, which is wonderful. And I know parents want to be sharing this information with their kids, but they might not feel like they're equipped to do so. And so I do think there's this feeling when we graduate that we're the only ones who don't understand, and there can feel this like taboo of talking about it and asking questions. And what I've found is that most of us don't understand, and we're all learning as we go, and we're learning the hard way. And so I do think that helps to feel less alone as we navigate this. But then also, yes, to really, I think there's a lot working against us when it comes to personal finance, and that we're not educated about it. There's like with the credit card, there's probably 50 pages of small print that I could have read to understand it. So I would definitely caution to really understand any financial products that we sign up for. Talk to people about it, because if they don't understand and you don't understand, you might be able to find someone else, or to go and figure it out together can feel less lonely as we navigate this.
I remember when I was in starting in college, credit card companies, they actually would set up booths on campus, and you would end up getting a credit card, and it would have this incredibly high interest rate, but you weren't educated on what to even look for, what to consider. So I mean, I can see how credit cards can really get people into trouble. I do want to switch gears though. Student loans. When a lot of people rely on student loans to be able to go to school, what kind of advice would you give when people start looking to see how much they need to be borrowing? Because they do have to pay that back at some point.
Yes, so when we're going to, there's actually a chapter in the book dedicated to debt. So understanding credit cards, understanding student loans. And I think when we think about financing college, there are a lot of pieces that fund the pie. So there could be grants, there could be financial aid, there could be federal loans, there could be private loans. But at the beginning, when we're trying to figure out how much to take out, ideally we can minimize that pie. And in interviewing some experts on student loans for the book, I found that people actually can negotiate with their universities on what they're able to help them provide. In the worst case, that they say no, but then you're able to take out less debt, and then also to shop around with those private loans, just because we might think that that first offer we get is the best offer that we're going to get, but actually the offers can vary as far as interest rates. And when we're talking about numbers that are that big, it can make a huge difference if we're paying a 6% interest rate or an 8% interest rate or a 4% interest rate on our student loan. So I would say try to reduce the amount as much as possible, and then shop around for the best rate on those private loans.
Good advice. Now, for those that are maybe graduating college, they're getting into the workforce, what are the biggest pieces of advice that you would want to send to them as far as their finances go?
I'd say the biggest, so first, again, just you're not alone in figuring this out, and financial adulting, so that is the name of my new book. Being a financial adult is about taking small, consistent steps. And so I think sometimes with a lot of different goals, but specifically our finances, we view improving in that area that it has to be this overnight transformation, that I wake up, I spend the whole weekend making my financial plan, and I'm a new person. But that sets us up for failure because it's too much of a jump. And so taking small, consistent steps that are manageable, that feel like we can keep improving, I think is the way to go, because then we're improving and learning all year round. And then something that I wished that I did more of, and I know that so many looking back at the beginning of their careers wish they did, is start saving for retirement, because when we're starting young, we have so much time to allow our money to grow and compound, and it just makes it so much easier on us later. And that money is coming out pre-tax, typically when it's a 401k, so it actually feels less painful than you'd expect. So I'd say, looking back, that's something that a lot of people that I talk to wish they put more aside for retirement and let it grow for them.
And we've talked so much here at the Digital Desk about debt and what debt can do as far as your mental health and various other things that it can do. Do you feel, I love the name of the financial adulting. I love that. But do you feel like that one reason you decided to put this book together is because a lot of times people build up that debt while they're young, and then after they get out of college, they've built up all this debt as they're starting their new job. Do you feel like a lot of that debt ends up getting built up early on in life, and then you're just spending time trying to pay it back?
Definitely is a big part of stress in the younger generation, and something you mentioned about the booths during college and getting a free t-shirt and having, understanding that when we're paying that minimum payment, it isn't actually potentially making any dent in the balance, and our credit card could still be growing. So there's so much there, and I do think there's so much shame. First of all, there's a lot of stress around debt, especially when we're starting our careers and we might not have a lot of extra income to go towards those debt payments, but then also just the shame that comes with debt. And so I first love to talk, in the book I talk about what debt is, and it's really just money we owe for something we bought. It doesn't mean we're bad or that we did something wrong, or it could be a certain time in our life, it could be a mistake we made. But from there, really, I think sometimes when we have so much shame around the debt, it has us even not look at it. So I take everyone through a 3-step process to make a plan to manage and pay down debt by starting with looking at what it actually is. And that can be as stressful as that sounds to list out all that information. It can be really eye-opening. And then once we know what's happening, we can make a plan to manage it. So always better to have that information than to not look.
And educating yourself about what you need to know is so important. And you were mentioning about paying that minimum. I had a friend that during that age time, between 18, early 20s, she got a bunch of credit cards and she told me, she's like, just pay the minimum payment. And I'm like, this is terrible advice. I guess any final points you want to make before we let you go?
I'd go back to that taking small, consistent steps. And you mentioned earlier why I wrote this book. And because so many of the things that you're mentioning are things that I made mistakes with. And I studied finance, I worked in finance, and I still knew nothing about my own finances. And so this is something that we are not set up for. So we want to learn as much as we can. And my goal is, in writing this book and in the work I do, that others don't have to make the same mistakes that I did and can progress through their financial lives with a lot less stress and potentially heartache.
Well, Ashley Feinstein Gerstley, the author of Financial Adulting, Everything You Need to Know to Be a Financially Confident and Conscious Adult. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing some really great advice and some really good tips for our viewers this morning.
Thank you for having me.
All right, we have an update for you here at the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Now, there was a fire this morning at this Marathon gas station. This is in Whitehaven off of Horn Lake and Rains Road. We're now learning that this is an arson case that is being investigated now. So Sydney Gray was out here a little bit earlier, and from what we understand, this happened around 5:30 this morning. There wasn't a lot of information, but you can see the volume of firefighters that responded out there, several different units out there working to put this blaze out. They brought out the ladder trucks to be able to fight it from above to make sure that they could keep it as contained as possible. Now, we saw smoke, Sydney saw smoke, rather, when she first got out to the scene. But again, this now being confirmed as an arson that's being investigated this morning.
Well, it looks like a lot of sunshine today, but not as windy across the Mid-South. Winds only around 5 to 10 miles per hour. So with that in mind, temperatures are going to hit the low 70s. We'll see a few high clouds roll in as we go through the afternoon, but a very comfortable day across the entire Mid-South. Look at this, low 70s for portions of West Tennessee, 71 Covington, Ripley, 71 in Dyersburg. Same story in Bolivar. As you go to the south, a little bit warmer, maybe some mid-70s. Clarksdale all the way back to Batesville, and as we go into eastern Arkansas, generally around 73 from Wynne all the way down to Helena. Let's talk about our next system, though, because it will include some rain chances starting tomorrow afternoon, maybe north of Memphis. Not everybody's going to see rain tomorrow, but there could be a few showers out there. May have to watch for an isolated shower or storm later in the day Friday. Definitely some rain in the morning, but I think there could be some pop-up isolated storms in the afternoon. One or two of those could be strong, so we'll have to watch because an area of low pressure will be just to our north and a much warmer and more unstable atmosphere will move into the Mid-South. Then that front kind of lingers across the area, so we'll leave off and on rain chances in the forecast through the weekend, but it's not going to be a washout. Look at how warm it's going to be. Notice the darker reds. Yeah, we're really going to warm up as we head into the weekend. Let's talk about the first chance of showers, though, as we go into tomorrow. Looks dry in the morning, but in the afternoon, there could be a little batch of showers, mainly from Blytheville to Dyersburg back to Jonesboro. That will be the prime area to see any rain. Otherwise, as we go into the weekend for Beale Street Music Fest in the evening hours, we're thinking that temperatures will be in the 70s. Yes, we'll have about a 30% chance of a pop-up shower or storm. Hopefully we can keep those away from the event. But as we go into Saturday, again, most of the activity would likely be in the early morning hours. Still can't rule out a pop-up shower in the evening. I think the best chance is probably going to be Sunday evening, as we'll see evening showers start to develop, especially after 7 o'clock. Of course, we're going to keep you posted on the Action News 5 First Alert weather app as we go through the weekend, and Ron Childers will be tracking the latest on all this as well on Action News 5 at 4, 5, 6, and 10 o'clock the next couple of nights. Look for temperatures in the 7-day forecast to go above average the next several days with those off and on rain chances. Again, not a washout on any given day, but we'll stay in the 80-degree range heading into early next week with lows in the mid-60s.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. Tax day is over. Phew, that was close. All right. So we know that we like spending money as Americans, getting the latest and greatest, and the stress of tax day is now behind us. People may be tempted to get something more, maybe splurge a little bit, but hold the phone, okay? Maybe you should budget more. Maybe you should save more. What are you going to do with this tax refund if you're lucky to get one? Let's bring in someone that's going to help us with that. Stephanie O'Connell Rodriguez, a nationally recognized financial expert and author, is here at the digital desk to really talk about maybe some better choices of how to handle that tax refund. And Stephanie, I got to ask, what do you think is the first thing that people should do if they get a refund? Good morning to you.
Good morning. Thanks for having me here. Well, according to Barclays Bank most recent consumer survey, the majority of Americans are actually hoping to use their tax refund to build their financial security. So we've got some pretty good intentions. Now it comes to how do we put those good intentions to build our financial savings, maybe pay down our debt, into practice. And I think in order to do that, it's going to look different for everybody. We got to start by taking stock of our own financial picture and see what we own versus what we owe. And if we owe a lot, maybe we got to take inventory of that debt and see what we owe, to whom, monthly minimum payment, and our interest rate on each debt, so we can prioritize what it looks like to build all those minimum payments into our budget, and then make progress on making payments above the minimum payment on the debt with the highest interest rate, and make progress such that we pay off that debt and then the next highest interest rate debt and then the next, so we can get to our financial security as cost effectively as possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's not the sexiest thing to say, hey, wait, you got a big chunk of change. You can't go to Europe or the Caribbean. No, you got a budget. You got to pay off that debt, put some into savings. I mean, I think that is a great first start. Why is it, though, that so many Americans have just a hard time on saving there? Because we're supposed to have, like, what, 2 months of cash reserves just in case for emergency purposes, right?
That's right. At least 2 months in emergency savings, ideally maybe 6 months, maybe more. After the pandemic, we had people out of work for more than 6 months. So you always want to think about, you know, what's the financial security I need and the emotional security I need to get through another potential financial emergency. Now, when you're trying to figure out how to prioritize this along with your other financial goals, it's really important to make sure that you're making the most of the savings that you do have. So if you go open up a savings account at your local brick and mortar bank, oftentimes you're getting very, very low interest rates on that savings account. And we always talk about, I want to make my money work better for me. But if you're getting 0.35% interest on your savings, which is around the national average, you're really not getting a lot there. So I like to shop around with my savings like I do for anything else. And I really like online high yield savings accounts, which offer interest rates much, much higher than the average. Barclays, for example, has a high yield online savings account with a very high interest rate. They've got no minimum balance requirements, no monthly maintenance fees, plus the FDIC insurance. And as you mentioned, people are having a hard time building up this kind of savings, and that's because prices have been on the rise. Inflation has been the big story these last couple of years. Most recent numbers, 5% increase year over year on our cost of living. And that's not just the vacations, the exciting, sexy stuff. That's the stuff we need, like our groceries, like our housing payments. And so if you really want to build this stuff into your budget, I like to make saving, debt payoff, investing a line item on the budget, just like I do those other expenses.
I like that. That's a great idea. High yield savings accounts. And it's, yeah, you're right. Inflation is still outrageous. I know we had something that said it's down to 5%. Well, it shouldn't be higher than 2%. I mean, it's still affecting us. I mean, eggs are outrageous, and airfare, my gosh, I mean, flying anywhere is super high. So I know that a lot of Americans are starting to go back in debt as a result of a lot of things, including inflation. What's the best method an effective method, the most effective, to pay down debt that so many Americans are accumulating right now?
Well, the best method to pay down debt is the one you can stick with, right? So the only way to figure out what that's going to be for you is to, again, start by taking inventory of what you owe and build it into your budget as you're able. I talked about a method that's called the debt avalanche, and that's where you prioritize paying off the debt with the highest interest rate first. For some folks, it might be tackling the debt with the lowest balance first, so you can see the progress you're making, and that then motivates you to make progress on momentum toward paying off the next debt. And I know that it's more cost effective to address your highest interest rate debt first, but again, it's what is going to work for you. Even if it costs you more over the life of your loan, if you're going to stick with it, if you see the progress of knocking out that low interest rate debt first, that's fine by me. Just make sure that as you're doing that debt payoff, you also are building your emergency savings, because if something does come up and you do get an unexpected expense like a medical bill or something happens with your car or your home that you must repair, you really want to have that high yield online savings there for you so you can tap into it and not put it on a high interest rate credit card and add more to your debt.
Just curious, Stephanie, for people out there, how do you find a high yield savings account in your hometown, for example? We're in Memphis.
So typically speaking, you're going to find your high yield savings accounts online. And the reason for this is the high interest rates and the annual percentage yields that you get in those online savings accounts, you get them because they have lower costs of operating. If you don't have to maintain the brick and mortar presence, that's a lot of money saved, and that savings gets passed along to the consumer in the form of these lower fees, in the form of these higher rates. And so going to resources like banking.barclaysus.com will give you information about how you can find your high yield online savings account, and it's really easy to set this up. I have done it. It's how I saved for my wedding. It's the first account that I opened with my husband. Great way to combine finances, by the way. And it's really a great way to maximize the money that you are saving, because when you do just go to your default bank that's on the street, there's a value to that, but you don't get a lot for your money in the savings account, and often in CDs, the interest rate isn't as high as these banks that have the high yield online savings account. So I definitely suggest comparison shopping, just like you do for anything else.
This is a conversation I could have forever, and I know it's very popular among so many people. It's just, financial literacy out there. So let me ask you this. If we have thousands of people that tune in each and every morning watching us here on the Digital Desk, if you were to give like bullet points, maybe 3 bullet points for someone that's looking to have better financial success in 2023, the tax season is now over, tax day has come and gone. What would you recommend?
I think you have to take stock of your full financial picture first. A lot of the times we think we know what we're bringing in each month because we know what we make annually or hourly, but what that actually looks like after taxes, after deductions, in our take-home pay can be very different. And we want to make sure we're planning off of our reality, not off of our aspirations. And then on the flip side, we got to take stock of our expenses. We talked about taking inventory of what we owe and to whom, but also this has to include those savings contributions. This has to include our essential living expenses, housing, groceries, utilities, insurance, all of that good stuff. And making sure, again, we're dealing with the reality of what we're spending, not what we think we're spending, because there can be a surprising gap between the two. And I think the third piece of this is maintaining accountability. So whatever's going to work for you to keep your finances top of mind, I like to say managing my money is a practice. It's not something I do once a year on tax day, and it's not something I do when there's a crisis, because that's just reactive money management. I want to have proactive money management. And so I think a bit like, I don't go to one yoga class and say, all right, I'm done, I'm fit for life, right? It doesn't work that way. I got to go back and I got to go back, and I get better every time I do it. Same thing happens with my money. I check my money on a daily basis. You don't have to be as much of a money nerd as I am to have a good, healthy relationship with your money, but you can certainly go ahead and make checking in on your money once a week to see where it's going, tracking your budget, keeping yourself accountable, and making sure you're maximizing it with these tools like the high yield online savings, CDs, investment accounts, so that you really get your money's worth.
I love it, Stephanie. We've talked about a lot this morning. Where can we go to get some more information, including these tips that we talked about?
Yes, so it is Financial Literacy Month. I know we talked about how important financial literacy is. So you can head to this portal at banking.barclaysus.com. Again, that's banking.barclaysus.com, and go to the resources tab. There's a lot of tools, articles, information about how to manage these money goals, how to get the most from your money, and how to prioritize when you have a lot of money goals at once.
Okay, Stephanie O'Connell Rodriguez, we really appreciate the conversation this morning. I think we helped a lot of people with this and just thoroughly enjoyed it. Thanks.
I hope so. Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, let's talk about April being Second Chance Month. And in the U.S., 2 out of 3 people who have been to prison are arrested again, and 50% of them end up back in prison. Let's talk to Brandeis Leverett. He is a program manager for Persevere. It's based out of Tennessee. Brandeis, first tell me, what is Persevere, and tell me what some of the things that you encounter each and every day there. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? Yes, Persevere is a national nonprofit. We actually operate out of 6 states, and we're looking to move into more states, but our biggest footprint is right here in Tennessee. So yes, we work with individuals who we like to call have been justice impacted or justice involved. And yes, we will teach coding and software development. Our participants have an opportunity within 6 months to a year to become certified full stack web developers. All of our programs are absolutely free. They come along with the equipment that's necessary. We offer wraparound services. We have support for transportation. Here in West Tennessee, we actually have transitional housing. So for individuals who we begin working with within the prison walls, once they're on a process of release, we have options and opportunities to continue to serve and help them make a better life for themselves, developing those skills to code.
That's fantastic. I understand you guys have only been around just a few short years since 2019. You're already in 6 states. I mean, it's growing pretty substantially at a really fast pace. I remember we talked to Stacy last time around. Tell me how you got involved.
Yeah, so yes, we're in 6 states, and since 2019, we've served about 800 participants. And then for me personally, I have a history and a career in education. And I tell people all the time, I was impacted on the other side of the wall. My father spent time in prison, and I watched the process of him being released and the struggle that he had to find gainful employment. So when this opportunity came, it was a no-brainer for me to jump on board the Persevere team. And I've really enjoyed the work that we do here.
You mentioned West Tennessee. It is significant in terms of where you are and helping people and how popular this program is. Can you just tell me a little more details of some of the outreach that you're doing in the West Tennessee, Memphis area?
Yeah, here in West Tennessee, again, we have our 2 programs. One is called Tech Alliance, and another one is called Families First. Tech Alliance actually serves the entire state. And then our Families First program, which is supported by the Department of Human Services, serves West Tennessee and all of its counties here in West Tennessee. And that program in particular not only works with adults, but it also works with students. It also works with young people between the ages of 9 and 18. Again, those services are provided for free. We offer career readiness, life skills support, and we have certified mental health counselors on staff who support the work that we do. And then when it comes to partners, we partner with a ton of organizations here in Shelby County and then across the state. So we got Knowledge Quest and Memphis Athletic Ministries, and we also work with the American Job Center almost hand in hand in some of the work that we do. And workforce development boards throughout the state support the work that we do. And of course, I can't help but to mention the Tennessee Department of Corrections.
So April is Second Chance Month. What do you want people, we have thousands of people that watch us on the digital desk here each and every morning. What do you want people to do with that knowledge that April is Second Chance Month?
Yeah, with April being Second Chance Month, and again, so many individuals are impacted by justice in this manner. I think one of the major things we want to do is we want to kind of beat back the stigmatism that comes along with that. When you get a chance to learn the stories of the individuals that have been justice impacted or justice involved, you can learn that, literally they made a bad choice at one moment in their life. And we believe that that shouldn't be a death sentence. That shouldn't keep them from opportunity after serving time and serving whatever that time, that should be, a barrier for the entire of their lives. We don't believe that should be the case. So in doing that, we also want continue to work with different partners. One of the things I didn't mention, but we have what we call technology employment specialists who go out and they work with employers to get employers involved in the process of what we're doing, to commit to say, hey, we're going to take on some of your graduates and participants to give them a chance. So that's ultimately what we would love for individuals to do, is to give individuals who've been just as impacted and just as involved a chance.
This morning, we talked about how crime is way up in Memphis and Shelby County this year already. A lot of it's juvenile crime. When you see stats like that, I know that I believe your organization helps juveniles. What happens with your kind of organization when there is an uptick in crime and there's a lot of juvenile crime? Is there any, I know you guys are focused on Second Chance, but is there any other kind of outreach or anything else that you guys deal with when it comes to this big spike in crime we're having, specifically juveniles?
Absolutely. There's a branch in belief in what we do about First Chance, right? To help individuals who have not yet been justice involved, but may be in environments in which that is all too common. So yes, we work with organizations throughout the county and state to offer young people an opportunity to be exposed to coding, to game development. We work with the individuals, a partner of ours is Epic Games. Those are the folks who are responsible for creating games like Fortnite. So we're able to work with them and introduce game development to our young people. Because again, for young people, it's about scratching that interest, beyond just traditional academics and education. And I think one of the biggest things that's really important, again, is that we can work with the entire family, moms, dads, aunts, uncles, and then young people within those families can come together and find a common knowledge and even a common language through coding and game development. So those are things that we do.
Where can people go for more information, Brandeis?
Yeah, so our website is perseverenow.org, or just go to Google and type in Persevere and you will find us. And then this week, in honor of Second Chance Month, we're working with the individuals at Center for Employment Opportunities, and we're going to have a resource fair with tons of employers right here in the city who are going to be at the Lester Community Center on Saturday morning, starting at 10 a.m. And we will have that resource fair there. There are going to be a ton of organizations and employers that are ready to interview and give people a chance.
Okay, Brandeis Leverett with Persevere, we really appreciate your time. Good luck with everything this month, throughout the year, and God bless you guys. You guys are doing some amazing work. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
For decades, fluoride has been added to most of our tap water to help protect against cavities. But now studies are addressing how much is too much when it comes to fluoride and whether it can cause problems, especially in infants and expected mothers. Let's talk about this issue and more with a biological dentist, Dr. Griffith Cole. He joins us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Good morning, Dr. Cole. Let's first talk about what a biological dentist is. I've never heard of that.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Yeah, so we're more like whole body dentists. We work like a functional medicine doctor in that we look at more than just fixing what's going on in the mouth. We want to know the underlying causes of the symptoms. Why are they getting cavities? Why do they have infection? So we dig a little deeper and we treat the whole person, really. We're also very concerned with materials, and so we don't work with anything that we know is toxic to the body, like mercury, nickel, and even fluoride.
That's excellent. All right, so that's perfect to set the table here for this discussion. I'm really looking forward to this discussion because I've had so many debates with various family members and some friends who hate fluoride, who hate the idea of fluoride in tap water. I mean, it was put in tap water back in the 40s to address the issue of cavities. There's been a lot of studies out there that have talked about the toxicity to people's bodies with fluoride. And now there's what I'm reading is that there may be a link when it comes to IQs and infants and children. Bring us up to speed.
I will. So you're absolutely right. Too much fluoride can negatively affect most of our organs in our body. And now we know brain function and activity. And how we know that is the National Toxicology Program, which works under Health and Human Services. Their job is to look at substances that are harmful to the environment and let us know. And they looked at these reports and found absolute brain impairments, including lower IQ, as you mentioned, in babies born to pregnant moms who ingested fluoridated water during pregnancy.
Now, I've always heard, Dr. Cole, that the amount of fluoride that's in tap water is so small and so minute that it wouldn't really affect people's bodies. Is that, I mean, I guess that's one argument, but, you know, my thought is, well, if it's any kind of poison, why put it in at all? I mean, do the negatives outweigh the positives? Where currently is this issue? Because I've seen some communities across the country removing it from their tap water because there's been such a backlash.
Yeah, so your statements are absolutely accurate in that there are many people who are now realizing that not only is it not effective, it's not doing its intended function, but it's actually very harmful. And keep in mind, too, that fluoride, when you get fluoride in your body, when you drink it, your body can only metabolize and get rid of about half of that. So the other half stays in your body indefinitely. So this is an accumulative effect, right? And that's the problem with it. Drinking it is not what we need to do. So, and now we know that we are getting too much. And in fact, Health and Human Services has lowered the level that's allowed to be added to water supplies because they're noticing children are getting these spots on their teeth, this tooth fluorosis, these white spots. Every 2 out of 5 kids has that now in this country. And we get it in these other things too, right? Like bottled drinks, we get it in some dietary supplements, mouth rinses, toothpaste, and even a lot of prescription medications. So there's just so much of it. Even if you try to avoid it, and you're hopefully in some community where you don't have your water fluoridated, you're still being exposed to it. So you got to be careful of that.
So let's talk about some alternatives out there. I know that there are a lot of alternatives that I see at health food stores, for example. They big labels on the toothpaste that says no fluoride toothpaste or fluoride free, that sort of thing. Is that what we should be looking for? Give me some alternatives.
Yeah, I feel that way, and I'll just speak for myself. I mean, I don't think that we need fluoride in any form, but there'll be plenty of dentists out there that will tell you it works topically, and they're right. You can apply it to your teeth topically and get some kind of anti-decay effect. It's unnecessary, but it does have that effect. So you know, I always tell people the same thing, and it's just simple principles that we learned a long time ago. A good, sound diet, right? One that is low in sugar, but high in vegetables, especially green leafy vegetables, good fats, ample protein, right? Combine that with good home care. And I mean simple things, right? If we brush and floss daily and spend a couple minutes brushing your teeth, clean your tongue, that combined with a good diet, and you've got a home run there. You don't need to add any kind of special dentifrice to your teeth to make them stronger. You already have the foundation.
Would you recommend that all communities across the country remove fluoride from their tap water?
I absolutely would, and have for 28 years now. It's unnecessary. It's never been proven to actually work, as I mentioned. And now we know that all these brain impairments, I mean, lower IQs, get this, they found when the National Toxicology Program looked at all these studies and they handpicked what they thought were well done, controlled, randomized studies, they found that there was a steep drop in IQ, up to 7 points in babies that were born to these moms who drank fluoridated water during pregnancy.
That is crazy to me. It's amazing to me that it's still allowed in some of the community tap water across the country. What about when it comes to toothpaste? You know, naturally, you think of toothpaste, you think of, you know, putting it on your teeth, rinsing it, cleaning it, and then spitting it out. Would there be any harmful effects from that?
So, you know, every toothpaste that has fluoride now has that little warning label. And they've had it for years where it says, you know, don't swallow more than a pea-sized amount. And the reason why is it's toxic. And if a child especially swallowed a fair amount of toothpaste, it could do some harm. So I always say you don't need to have any kind of fluoride toothpaste. There's so many toothpastes out there that don't have them, as you mentioned, but you can even brush your teeth with just baking soda. Baking soda and water is a really nice soft dentifrice. It'll get the plaque off your teeth, and that's really all you need. So you can save some money there.
Tell me why this hasn't gotten as much coverage. I feel like you know it, I know it, but I don't feel like this is one of those huge pressing issues that many of Americans know about?
You know, I think it's because it's been something that's been hammered into us our whole lives, right? Since 1945 anyway. And dentists especially. Like, I love to get into debates with these pro-fluoridationists, and I know I can win because I have all the science. But I think that when you're told that something is good for you and you're told that again and again, you just take things at face value without really looking at the science behind it. But if everybody just takes a moment and really digest what this report is about. I mean, now we're talking about babies being born with brain impairments. I think that should wake some people up. And don't let any pro-fluoridationist say to you, oh, these studies aren't any good. These are incredible studies. That's why the NTP actually handpicked, because there's over 80 studies, but they got down to 52 that they felt did the right, really good scientific method. They were, great methodologies. They were very well done. And that says a lot about these results.
Let's talk about where people can see these studies and these various scientific data points for themselves. Can they go anywhere online?
Yes, thank you for asking. So if they go to the IAOMT.org, so it's the International Academy of Oral Medicine and Toxicology. The website is IAOMT.org. They can find a biologic dentist. They can find, as you mentioned, these studies. We have a library, a loaded digital library with so much information on all topics related to oral medicine. It's a great resource.
Okay, Dr. Griffith Cole, we really appreciate this conversation this morning. Thank you for joining us and illuminating us to the issues with fluoride, not only in our water, but in so many different facets of our everyday life. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to be here.
Well, it looks like a lot of sunshine today, but not as windy across the Mid-South. Winds only around 5 to 10 miles per hour. So with that in mind, temperatures are going to hit the low 70s. We'll see a few high clouds roll in as we go through the afternoon, but a very comfortable day across the entire Mid-South. Look at this, low 70s for portions of West Tennessee, 71 Covington, Ripley, 71 in Dyersburg. Same story in Bolivar. As you go to the south, a little bit warmer, maybe some mid-70s. Clarksdale all the way back to Batesville, and as we go into eastern Arkansas, generally around 73 from Wynne all the way down to Helena. Let's talk about our next system though, because it will include some rain chances starting tomorrow afternoon, maybe north of Memphis. Not everybody's going to see rain tomorrow, but there could be a few showers out there. May have to watch for an isolated shower or storm later in the day Friday. Definitely some rain in the morning, but I think there could be some pop-up isolated storms in the afternoon. One or two of those could be strong, so we'll have to watch because an area of low pressure will be just to our north and a much warmer and more unstable atmosphere will move into the Mid-South. Then that front kind of lingers across the area, so we'll leave off and on rain chances in the forecast through the weekend, but it's not going to be a washout. Look at how warm it's going to be. Notice the darker reds. Yeah, we're really going to warm up as we head into the weekend. Let's talk about the first chance of showers, though, as we go into tomorrow. Looks dry in the morning, but in the afternoon, there could be a little batch of showers, mainly from Blytheville to Dyersburg back to Jonesboro. That will be the prime area to see any rain. Otherwise, as we go into the weekend for Beale Street Music Fest in the evening hours, we're thinking that temperatures will be in the 70s. Yes, we'll have about a 30% chance of a pop-up shower or storm. Hopefully we can keep those away from the event. But as we go into Saturday, again, most of the activity would likely be in the early morning hours. Still can't rule out a pop-up shower in the evening. I think the best chance is probably going to be Sunday evening as we'll see evening showers start to develop, especially after 7 o'clock. Of course, we're going to keep you posted on the Action News 5 First Alert weather app as we go through the weekend, and Ron Childers will be tracking the latest on all this as well on Action News 5 at 4, 5, 6, and 10 o'clock the next couple of nights. Look for temperatures in the 7-day forecast to go above average the next several days with those off and on rain chances. Again, not a washout on any given day, but we'll stay in the 80-degree range heading into early next week with lows in the mid-60s.
All right, let's talk about rooftop parties on the Peabody Hotel in downtown Memphis. Boy, they have been going on for decades. Like, we're talking 80 years to be exact. Kim Clark takes us to the top of the Peabody rooftop in our 5-star story. Check it out.
If you can handle heights and heart-stopping rope courses in the trees, then Go Ape Zip Line at Adventure Park on North Pine Lake Drive at Shelby Farms is definitely for you.
It's pretty awesome.
Lauren Hansel is the assistant site manager, and although I'm no fan of heights, she helped me conquer. Rooftop party season has begun again, high atop the Peabody Hotel in the heart of downtown Memphis. These rooftop soirees have a long history.
84 years we have been having parties on the rooftop of the Peabody Hotel.
According to Kelly Brock, the hotel's director of marketing and communications, the hotel's rooftop parties began in 1939 after the east end of the roof was enclosed, becoming the Skyway Ballroom.
And that was when they really started having rooftop parties out on the roof, as well as parties in here in the wintertime and during the rain. And it was the place to be for big bands and for swing dancers. All of the big national acts, the touring acts, performed here for sometimes weeks at a time. You had the Andrews Sisters and Lawrence Welk. You had Ozzie and Harriet, Tommy Dorsey's band, and George Hamilton.
Yes, that George Hamilton, father to actor George Hamilton Jr., who spent a lot of time performing on the hotel's roof.
And George Hamilton Jr. was actually born here in Memphis and spent weeks as a child growing up here at the hotel, watching his father perform here in the Skyway Ballroom and watching the Ducks in the lobby.
The hotel's Sunset Serenades, as they were called back then, were also an important part of the entertainment industry as a whole.
And this ballroom and the rooftop were one of the only 3 live recording sites for CBS Radio at the time. So you would hear broadcasts throughout the nation, live from atop the Peabody Hotel.
The Sunset Serenades ended briefly in 1975 when the hotel closed, but started up again in 1981 after the hotel reopened.
And eventually we renamed them as Peabody Rooftop Parties, and they've been going on ever since, and they are as popular as ever.
Though the fashions, music, and diversity of attendees are different now than when it all began, some things remain the same.
We still have live music and a DJ.
Skyway Ballroom also intentionally maintained to appear as it did back in 1939, from the Lawrence Welk-inspired carpet, note the bubbles, to the lighting.
You still have the pink neon lighting that you had. It's very Art Deco style at the time.
As Brock told us, the Peabody Rooftop is still one of the best places in town to sit and have a drink with friends and watch the sunset over the Mississippi River. Or possibly make a love match like so many before.
There's fantastic stories from folks that came here in the 1930s, 40s, 50s, and then there's people still doing the same thing today, coming up here with their friends, and maybe they meet their future husband or their future wife. And it's stories like that that are just, that's the heart of the Peabody.
The Peabody Rooftop Parties, still going strong and welcoming all who attend, while making lifelong memories and connections. In downtown Memphis, Kim Clark, Action News 5.
Kim Clark always getting the plush assignments there. Remember, those rooftop parties are every Thursday night from now until the season ends later this fall. Okay, let's talk about an upcoming breakfast that's happening 1 week from tomorrow. It's May 11th, and this is a breakfast with pastors to discuss all kinds of things, but the main focus is going to be crime and youth. And again, this is happening on May 11th. I want to talk now with Shelby County Commissioner Henry Brooks more about this breakfast. She joins us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Commissioner Brooks, it has been a long time. How are you this morning?
I'm great. How are you? And you're right. It has been a long time.
I'm doing well, thanks. So let's talk about this breakfast. Is it an annual event? Is it something that's been going on for a while now? And tell me about the focus of this year and how important this year's focus really is.
Well, it's extremely important this year, and this is our first year. We're focusing, and our vision here is on crime and youthful offenders. What we're trying to do is bring together our churches and our schools and ask them to collaborate, to work with each other, talk about creative youth programs where we can engage children in constructive, structured activities after school, throughout the summer, and from this day forward. We understand that our children they're suffering from a lack of activities, recreation. Just in our schools need mentors. Our schools need individuals to come in and talk with our parents. So what we're trying to do is bring the schools and the pastors together so that they can both find the resources within that room that they need. Now, there are some churches and there are some activities that are already up and running. We may have some resources to help them out. But we wouldn't know that unless they come to the breakfast and share what they're doing in reference to youth activities to help children have something to do, help children who need homework assistance, help children with just life, just helping children survive and get through life at a young age. So we're asking our pastors to come out on May the 11th at 8:30 at Pursuit of God Church, and that's at 3759 North Watkins. And we're going to also have as our special guest, Sheriff Floyd Bonner. He's going to talk about the mini COAC unit that he's putting up in my district, District 7, at the corner of Chelsea and Brookins. We'll have a 24-hour patrol, sheriff's cars, sheriff's motorcycles, walking patrols, just everything in law enforcement that we need to try and get a handle on some of the negative activity going on in District 7. And hopefully this will, now what Bonner is doing is outside of his scope of work, but it's a pilot and he's willing. I reached out to him and he's willing to come in and help us in our efforts to curb some of the negative youth activity, and then, of course, get rid of some of this crime that's going on in District 7. And hopefully this will be something that we can just replicate throughout the city of Memphis. And we're excited, and we want to invite them all to come out. It's a free breakfast, This is not a campaign event. This is an event for stakeholders who are concerned about the conditions in our community.
Commissioner Brooks, there has been so many different opinions from people about the problem when it comes to juvenile crime in our community. How do we solve it?
Well, you know, that's why we're asking our pastors to come together and meet with our schools, because those are the principal agents in the community who have their hands on children. And I don't have the answer. If I had the answer, I'm telling you, I think I'd be a rich woman today. But I'm willing to work on it until we can get a solution. And I'm open to listening. I'm open to listening to those suggestions that our community members have, that our pastors have, that our teachers have, and other community stakeholders. We want to involve also our nonprofits. We've got to get the entire community involved. And we want to make sure that it's not totally punitive. Now, sometimes we may have to be because it may be deserving, but then we also understand that there are children who are reaching out for help in some of that negative behavior, and we want to address it.
Shelby County Commissioner Henry Brooks, we appreciate your time this morning. Good luck on the upcoming Pastors Breakfast 1 week from tomorrow, May 11th. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You do the same. Thank you so much. All right, so let's now switch gears and talk about the writers' strike out of Hollywood in California. It's already affecting what TV viewers can actually see. David Daniel has that and more in today's Hollywood Minute.
I have an idea of what the show is going to be.
Right now, the idea is reruns. Some late-night programs, such as The Late Show with Stephen Colbert and Jimmy Kimmel Live, began airing repeat episodes after the Writers Guild of America went on strike. It's the first impact on viewers of the WGA strike, which could shut down production on most television shows and keep films from going into production.
The best Gran Turismo players in the world get a chance to compete in professional racing.
Dude, this is real. I'm sorry. You really think you're going to take a kid who plays video games in their bedroom, you're going to strap him to a 200-mile-an-hour rocket? It'll tear him to pieces.
Here's your first look at Gran Turismo, about a teenage gamer who wins a series of competitions to become an actual professional race car driver. David Harbour, Orlando Bloom, and Archie Madekwe star in the action film, which is based on a true story. Gran Turismo races into theaters August 11th. In Hollywood, I'm David Daniel.
Stax Museum celebrating its 20th anniversary. Yesterday's event featured all kinds of cool things. It opened up tours to the newly renovated lobby, the gift shop, lounge, and introduction to the documentary theater. Former Stax Records Director of Artist Relations, founder of Soulsville, President and CEO Deanie Parker received a brass note on Beale. The event was marked as an educational celebration.
Today, everything that happens on our campus is about educating. It's about empowering. It's about continuing that piece of the legacy of all the things that the Stax artists and the people who are a part of Stax Records, the things that they have visions of, their dreams, the things that they wanted to build.
Okay, so the 20th anniversary celebration will be all year long with special events held each and every month. I want to tell you about the Beale Street Music Fest. It is rapidly approaching. Beale Street Music Fest starts Friday, and there's going to be dozens of bands Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We have Joyce Peterson to give us an inside look of what Tom Lee Park looks like now, almost completely fully renovated.
Each of these stages by themselves in their own right could be a festival.
Here's your first look at the new Tom Lee Park and the new layout for the 2023 Beale Street Music Festival.
For the fan that comes in, you'll notice some extra shade trees and maybe a couple winding paths you're not accustomed to seeing. But other than that, we'll still have the 3 big stages with all the hottest music playing.
The VW stage is at the north end, the Bud Light stage in the middle of the park, and the Zen stage is on the south side. Set up a little trickier this year. Tractor trailers, forklifts, and golf carts, all navigating $60 million worth of renovations and plantings. Artists' tour buses and tech crews have to fit too. Randy Blevins with Memphis in May says it is a delicate dance.
That choreography is still going to exist this year. It's just going to be a bit tighter and a little bit more refined.
New flowers and trees and park areas still under construction are all fenced off to festival goers. Memphis Police, Shelby County Sheriff's Office, the FBI, and Homeland Security all involved in the safety plan for Music Fest, newly reinforced after Sunday's double shooting on Beale Street.
I know that our president and CEO sent communication to the police chief and some of the other city leaders to make certain that we have the robust support that we normally have, and then maybe a little extra.
Memphis River Parks Partnership, the nonprofit managing the park, says capacity is 55,000. Memphis in May, the nonprofit running the Beale Street Music Festival, says they're capping capacity at 22,000 for this year's event. No matter the crowd size, get ready to boogie on down with the best view in M-Town. What can I bring with me when I come to Music Fest?
A fantastic attitude, a hunger to see the river, and ready to dance your shoes off.
All right, one change to the festival here. I've split the screen. You can see it here. This is online from Beale Street Music Festival. A little post here. It says here, excited to announce Colony House is joining Beale Street Music Festival's lineup on Saturday. They'll be filling in for White Reaper after the group was forced to cancel due to an injury here. You can see them on the Volkswagen stage at 7:30, and again, that is on Saturday. Apparently, the lead singer of White Reaper broke his collarbone and is now unable to perform. Want to also let you know that tickets are still available. You can go to our website, actionnews5.com. You'll find a link there to get tickets for all 3 days or just one particular day. $8.8 billion lost. That's according to the Federal Trade Commission, which received over $2.4 million, or reports rather, of identity theft, imposter scams, and other types of fraud last year. Carice Jackman has advice from AARP on how you can avoid becoming a scam victim.
From imposter scams to credit card schemes, fraud reports continue to climb across the country. Consumer advocates from the Better Business Bureau and the AARP are hearing from people concerned about scammers targeting their personal information and money.
We serve over 400 people every day who think that they might have been victims of fraud or even have a question about a fraud situation.
That's why Amy Novziger with the AARP says they've recently issued a fraud survival guide that covers common schemes and how to protect yourself from them.
We really want to bring people back to the basics when it comes to fraud and take some proactive steps that they can do for themselves.
The first step is simple. It starts with what you have in your wallet or purse. Novziger says many people still carry personal information that scammers are just waiting to grab.
There are a lot of people who are still carrying their Social Security cards in their wallet. That is a gold mine for a criminal if you lose it or if they steal it. So take your Social Security card out of your wallet.
Novziger says it's also important to protect yourself against identity theft.
A lot of people just still have the comfort level of writing a check, and criminals know that they can steal these, wash it off with a quick little chemical compound, and then rewrite that check for whatever amount they want. Do not put any of these checks in your outgoing mailbox, and really don't even put them in a big blue mailbox. Take them directly to the post office or consider some sort of e-pay.
And then there's the all too common email and social media scams, where fraudsters often pretend to be a legitimate business. Novziger suggests doing a privacy check regularly on any of your social media pages.
What you want to do is not allow anybody to friend request you that basically you don't know or have any connections with. This is a way that a lot of scammers victimize, their targets is through social media. So we need to do what we can to protect our social media pages.
Small but quick fixes in your life to help fraud-proof your world. With this Watching Your Wallet, I'm Carice Jackman.
All right, so each and every month, what we like to do is talk with Google, because a lot of times, we kind of get an inclination of what's happening in the world, what's happening in this country when it comes to the searches that Google gets each and every month or throughout a given time period to really kind of understand, what people are talking about, what they're looking up, how they're seeing certain things. And so each month we like to bring in a Google expert. We have Google technical expert Jennifer Jones joining us on the digital desk this morning. And Jennifer, good morning to you. I always like going and looking at kind of the odd trends, the odd news for the month of April as we review different things. And I have to say, nail art. Is there any explanation why nail art was one of the things that people searched in Google this month? How are you?
I'm great, and I'm also quite interested in the huge trend of nail art. It's certainly something that seems to not be new. Last year, there were about 5 billion, with a B, billion global searches on YouTube for nail art. It's quite a trend, and it's something that we're seeing in an increasing popularity across YouTube and across the creator trends.
Yeah, it's something that I'm actually going to have to Google later today, to figure out exactly what the deal is behind all this. But looking at some other searches, I'm seeing, entertainment, the Barbie movie, Coachella, of course, culture. We have Easter and Passover. No surprise there, along with Tax Day. Science, with Earth Day this month. I mean, a lot of things happening in the month of April. Did you see maybe more searches this month than previous months?
Well, it certainly depends on the topic. You hit a few of the entertainment highlights, which are always popular among folks who turn to Google and across the globe. You're right, Barbie did drive the searches in April. No surprise there. It's a highly anticipated film, which is going to be directed by Greta Gerwig and packed with Hollywood stars, but a huge increase in searching for Barbie. And anything Barbie core or Barbie related this last month.
Right, and it's interesting looking at everything that's happened in the month. I mean, NBA basketball, of course, we're in Memphis. The Grizzlies won last night and so they've made the series with the Lakers 3-2. I see that the NBA scoring record was something people searched, along with the Masters. Of course, that was just a couple of weeks ago, and pickleball. And we know everyone that loves pickleball is the first thing out of their mouth is, well, it's the fastest growing sport in America. I get that, but I guess now people are finally searching it now, huh?
Yeah, you're right. And there's a lot of interest in general about the sport. There are people who are searching with a deeper interest in the sport who maybe have played for a while, who are searching, what is the best pickleball paddle to use. And then we've seen a large trend of just some basics about the sport, like what is pickleball? How is it played? Can you play it on a tennis court? So it seems that it's all over the map with the level of interest, but I don't think that it's going away.
Yeah, there's no question. The local gym where I go, it's like pickleball courts have taken over some of the basketball courts. Something else when it comes to food, you guys always list kind of food there. National Burrito Day, and I'm assuming that was in April. And our country's fascination with Taco Tuesday and just either Tex-Mex or Mexican food. Not surprised National Burrito Day was at the top of the list. What were people searching for with regards to that?
Yeah, so local burrito spots near me were very popular as far as, utilizing Google Maps and being able to find a spot next to you to get a quick burrito. We saw some top trends with several local chains, but also some national chains when it comes to the delicious treat of a burrito. It's such a versatile and easy to eat dish. Not surprisingly to many, Chipotle was the #1 national researched burrito chain, followed closely by Qdoba, and then Moe's Burritos came in third in our top trends across April for burritos.
What else kind of made your eyebrows go up a little bit looking at the list for April trends? Anything else?
Coachella, of course, we talked about it briefly at the top. It was a hugely popular trend, one of our largest trends. A lot of folks wondering about how many people attend the 2-week festival in California, which is held every April. If you want to know, about 250 people over the 2 weeks of Coachella. And of course, a lot of folks were interested in headliner Frank Ocean, who took the stage on the first weekend, but then had a bit of a difficult set and wasn't able to return for the second weekend and was replaced by another band. And so a lot of people were searching about news for Frank and news for who was going to replace him.
Okay, interesting. Well, we have our own Beale Street Music Festival coming up in about a week or so. So that's something that we're going to be watching. These are all fascinating. Just kind of see where the country is, the current events, that sort of thing. People are watching. I know that people can see these Google Trends for themselves. Tell us where we can find it.
Yeah, you don't have to wait for me to come on a monthly basis. You can go anytime and see what is trending and what is spiking live at google.com/trends. Check it out and let us know what you think.
Jennifer Jones with Google, we appreciate you breaking down the trends for April. Thanks very much.
Always a pleasure.
Well, it looks like a lot of sunshine today, but not as windy across the Mid-South. Winds only around 5 to 10 miles per hour. So with that in mind, temperatures are going to hit the low 70s. We'll see a few high clouds roll in as we go through the afternoon, but a very comfortable day across the entire Mid-South. Look at this, low 70s for portions of West Tennessee, 71 Covington, Ripley, 71 in Dyersburg. Same story in Bolivar. As you go to the south, a little bit warmer, maybe some mid-70s. Clarksdale all the way back to Batesville, and as we go into eastern Arkansas, generally around 73 from Wynne all the way down to Helena. Let's talk about our next system though, because it will include some rain chances starting tomorrow afternoon, maybe north of Memphis. Not everybody's going to see rain tomorrow, but there could be a few showers out there. May have to watch for an isolated shower or storm later in the day Friday. Definitely some rain in the morning, but I think there could be some pop-up isolated storms in the afternoon. One or two of those could be strong, so we'll have to watch because an area of low pressure will be just to our north and a much warmer and more unstable atmosphere will move into the Mid-South. Then that front kind of lingers across the area, so we'll leave off and on rain chances in the forecast through the weekend, but it's not going to be a washout. Look at how warm it's going to be. Notice the darker reds. Yeah, we're really going to warm up as we head into the weekend. Let's talk about the first chance of showers, though, as we go into tomorrow. Looks dry in the morning, but in the afternoon, there could be a little batch of showers, mainly from Blytheville to Dyersburg back to Jonesboro. That will be the prime area to see any rain. Otherwise, as we go into the weekend for Beale Street Music Fest in the evening hours, we're thinking that temperatures will be in the 70s. Yes, we'll have about a 30% chance of a pop-up shower or storm. Hopefully we can keep those away from the event. But as we go into Saturday, again, most of the activity would likely be in the early morning hours. Still can't rule out a pop-up shower in the evening. I think the best chance is probably going to be Sunday evening, as we'll see evening showers start to develop, especially after 7 o'clock. Of course, we're going to keep you posted on the Action News 5 First Alert weather app as we go through the weekend, and Ron Childers will be tracking the latest on all of this as well on Action News 5 at 4, 5, 6, and 10 o'clock the next couple of nights. Look for temperatures in the 7-day forecast to go above average the next several days with those off and on rain chances. Again, not a washout on any given day, but we'll stay in the 80-degree range heading into early next week with lows in the mid-60s.
Okay, have you planned everything out for the summer? Because so many people have, and guess what? The numbers are showing that international travel bookings right now are up some 200%, more than 200%. It's a crazy number. People not only want to travel, they want to go international. They want to see the world. Let's bring in Megan Cooper with AAA to talk more about this number. An extraordinary number, but I have to say, Megan, my family and I this past spring break, we went to Costa Rica, and it was fabulous. Our producer, Amanda Hansen's got an amazing honeymoon plan internationally. I mean, I can totally get it. People are just ready to go. What are some of the reasons?
So people are more comfortable with traveling. So, we've seen that trend over the last couple of years, but people are ready to go. They're ready to get out and see new places. And, we're seeing that reflected in our travel bookings. So we're up 200% on international travel bookings compared to last year. The biggest increase we've seen is in hotel bookings. That's up over 300% compared to last year. So people are comfortable, they want to get out, and they just want to see the world.
I totally get it. That is so true in the people that I interact with a lot. So let's talk about, I guess, a priority list. What are some of the guidelines, since we probably know, with thousands of people watching us right now, we are either going international or we know a friend that's going international. What are the ways to really kind of set that list, that checklist for everybody?
Right. So one of the first things that you want to do is prioritize your passport. So if you have a trip planned or you're thinking about traveling internationally and you either don't have a passport or your passport is close to expiring, go ahead and get that taken care of as soon as possible. We are seeing a little bit of a longer wait time on some of those passports. In some cases, maybe 7 to 9 weeks. And you need this to travel internationally. So first things first, if you don't have your passport taken care of and secured away, go ahead and do that right now.
Very cool. What about when it comes to packing and, my biggest fear was that, okay, our flight's going to get canceled and we're going to be, up a creek, I guess, for lack of a better term.
Right. So unfortunately, lost luggage, delayed flights, those are all things that we have to navigate now and always have when we're traveling. So if you're traveling with other people, with a family, with a spouse, with a friend, when you're packing, maybe try to spread clothing and those items that you think that you're going to need across multiple suitcases. That way you don't have one person that has absolutely nothing while another suitcase might have made it and one person has, everything that they need. When I personally travel, I try to keep everything in a carry-on and try not to check baggage. So if at all possible, if you don't have to check that baggage, maybe try to fit everything into a carry-on. If you are checking that baggage, maybe just go ahead and put some extra identification in there. So maybe take out a big sheet of paper and write your information on it, just in case that luggage tag is lost or something happens. You want a way to get that luggage back to you if it is lost or misplaced.
You are a rarity, Megan. The women in my family, they all have to check luggage. Like I've even mentioned that. Like, hey, why don't we carry on? It'll make it better. They're like, no, what are you, crazy? We have to check luggage. So hats off to you. I'm even more impressed by you with that response.
It's taken years of practice, I will say.
I bet. That's the other fear, though, that the luggage is going to get lost. I mean, is there any way, obviously, carry on is the best way. Is there any other way to maybe mark your luggage to make sure that it doesn't get lost? Or is there something else that people can do?
Just make sure that you're checking that baggage early. Make sure that you're giving yourself plenty of time to check it in. Be mindful of how you're planning your flights. So if at all possible, try to book those early morning flights. Those have a less likelihood of being delayed. And then take a look at what destinations you're traveling through. Is it a nonstop flight? Obviously, with a nonstop flight, that's less places that your baggage has to go. So limit those in between destinations. And if at all possible, if you can't avoid those, give yourself plenty of time at those different stops. And, sometimes we just can't avoid losing our luggage. Sometimes the inevitable happens and, you're that unlucky person. So that is one instance where travel insurance can really come in handy. And travel insurance does cover some of those costs of delayed flights as well as lost baggage fees.
Help me maneuver travel insurance for a second here, because I know travel insurance is a big question mark for a lot of people when they travel internationally. There's a train of thought that says, well, the travel insurance doesn't cover certain issues that are more likely to happen, so why even get it? And then there's another one that says, no, you need to get travel insurance and get the highest amount, or maybe you should get it for just specific things. Tell me where you stand, where AAA stands when it comes to travel insurance.
So with travel insurance, we always advise for people to purchase this. especially if you're traveling internationally, you're likely spending a lot of money. So we want you to protect that investment. If anything happens, if you get sick, if you can't go on that vacation, if something happens while you're on that vacation, we want you to be able to get that investment back if you at all possibly can. So with travel insurance, there are different options. So depending on what you're booking, how you're traveling, it really can be beneficial. So with those different types of travel insurance, of course, some things are covered, some things are not covered. And I think it ultimately comes down to that personal choice and how comfortable with risk that you are. But just personally, and from AAA, if you're making that investment and traveling, you really want to protect that so you're not losing out on money if something were to happen on that trip. And that's also where a travel advisor comes in very handy, because they can explain to you, what travel insurance would look like for your trip, how much you need, what that would cost. And a lot of times it's really not that expensive to add on that travel insurance policy to your trip.
Good deal. I appreciate you explaining that. Anything else you want to mention that you feel is important for some of the people, some of our viewers, thousands of which join us each and every morning, when they're traveling internationally?
I think the biggest thing this year is planning ahead. We're expecting things to be very busy. I've already heard reports this morning that we're expecting things to get even busier this summer. So if you haven't booked that international travel yet, go ahead and do that as soon as possible, especially if you're traveling this summer. But planning ahead, flexibility is key. If you are in the early planning phases of, planning an international trip, some of those ways that you can save money are being flexible, maybe, traveling in the off season, maybe traveling during the week versus on the weekend. But the biggest thing I think for travelers this year is start to plan early and book that trip early. With the demand and the interest that we've seen so far this year, that's likely to continue throughout the rest of the year. So that sweet spot of getting the trip that you want at the price that you want really is going to come from planning ahead and booking early.
Megan Cooper, who only carries on her luggage on those international flights. Megan, I really appreciate you and all that you do for us here at the Digital Desk, informing our public about the do's and don'ts when it comes to so many different things, including international travel. Thanks very much. One of the former Memphis police officers involved in the Tyre Nichols stop will not face criminal charges. District Attorney General Steve Mulroy says former MPD officer Preston Hemphill is expected to testify once the case goes to trial. He was not at the scene of the arrest. He didn't pull over Nichols, and he wasn't there when he was pulled out of the vehicle. Lead prosecutor Paul Hagerman says Hemphill did fire his taser but missed Nichols.
We have to examine Hemphill's conduct and put ourselves in a different position. We got to put ourselves in a position of what Hemphill would have known and what Hemphill saw at the time that the taser is deployed. I'm not saying Tyre was trying to get in the police car. I'm not. Well, he's just trying to get away. He's trying to get away from the violence that is being visited upon him.
It is unlikely Hemphill's trial begins this year. The 5 former officers indicted for murder are expected to appear in court next month. Well, loved ones say the man accused of shooting at a Memphis TV station, barricading himself into a local restaurant, did it as a cry for help. Memphis police say 26-year-old Jared Nathan fired a shot into Fox 13 Highland Avenue and then held officers at bay inside UB's restaurant nearby. He is charged with aggravated assault, reckless endangerment. Here's the story from Cindy Hawkins there.
Mays is facing 2 counts of aggravated.
That is not the right story. I want to show you this. Here he is, Jared Nathan. Memphis police say he fired a shot into the studios there on Highland Street, then held officers at bay inside UB's restaurant. His mom said he spent time at Lakeside Behavioral Health and shared that he had been shot several times by his father's friend last October. Nathan's parents said that they hope their son is able to get help instead of jail time. He's charged with aggravated assault, reckless endangerment. We'll continue to follow that for you. Okay, I also want to tell you about 32-year-old Archie Mays. He is the man that is charged in the issue when it comes to firing shots on Beale Street on Sunday. He appeared in court without an attorney yesterday, and Sydney Hawkins has more on that.
Mays is facing 2 counts of aggravated assault from over the weekend. Memphis police say they responded to a call about shots being fired Sunday afternoon around 3:30. When they got to the scene, Mays was detained by Beale Street security. 2 people had been hit by gunfire, and 2 witnesses identified Mays as the person who pulled the trigger. The affidavit says it stemmed from a fight with a local vendor who believes Mays and his girlfriend were trying to destroy his merchandise. The vendor admitted to pushing Mays before shots were fired. Now, I spoke to the girlfriend of Mays, who said it was a complete misunderstanding.
So when I walked up there, I did notice it was a drink sitting on the little rack part of the cart. But when it spilled over, when I was picking up the bubbles, my mind didn't even think nothing about it spilling over. But when it spilled over, the guy didn't say nothing. He didn't say a word. He just charged from behind the stand and just pushed Archie on the ground.
May's girlfriend says she believes he was acting in self-defense and also fired the shots to defend her. Today in court, Mays told a Shelby County judge that he does have a gun permit.
Saving for your child's future education can be daunting. 529 plan, that an investment account is certainly a good place to start, but finding extra money, that can be tricky. Watching Your Wallet report right now, Rachel DePompa explores one way to get creative when it comes to college savings.
A 529 plan is a way families can invest money to save for their child's future, but paychecks only go so far, right? It's hard to find extra money to save. Robert Farrington, the founder of The College Investor, likes to remind families money for college doesn't have to come from your own pocket. There's a lot of ways to put money into a 529 plan, and one way is by gifting.
Where this is where other people in your family or friends can gift into your child's 529 plan. And we're seeing this trend take off where families, instead of hosting birthday parties with, 20 kids and 20 gifts, they're saying, in lieu of gifts, please contribute to our child's 529 plan.
Farrington says most state 529 plans now let you create a little link with your child's name that you can send to others so they can donate directly into the plan. And 36 states offer tax deductions and tax credits for contributing to a 529 plan. You might get a little tax break for saving for your children's education as well. With this, Watching Your Wallet, I'm Rachel DePompa.
All right, another 5-star story. We're talking about Go Ape at Shelby Farms Park, zip lining, a ropes course, a lot of fun for the whole family, including friends and acquaintances. Kim Clark has more.
If you can handle heights and heart-stopping rope courses in the trees, then Go Ape Zip Line at Adventure Park on North Pine Lake Drive at Shelby Farms is definitely for you.
It's pretty awesome.
Lauren Hansel is the assistant site manager, and although I'm no fan of heights, she helped me conquer my fears.
There's lights right after it. They're marked. Make sure it stays even on the back.
Then alert instructor.
And you can go and put that here.
I began with a treetop adventure, a 2 to 3 hour long trek featuring tree-to-tree crossings 36 feet high. Ready? I don't know if I am. Here it goes. And zip lines across a serene pine lake.
We have 5 zip lines that go back and forth across the lake right there. And it's one of the most amazing experiences that you can have out here.
I began with the big one.
You have to be at least 10 years old and 4'7" to complete that course.
Which is why many opt for a somewhat easier introduction to Go Ape. Go Ape first came to Shelby Farms back in 2015, bringing outdoor fun for everyone. Like this treetop journey, which is supposed to be a beginner's rope course.
In 2021, though, we did open up Treetop Journey. That is the smaller course right here behind me. It is for all ages, and it's a set 1-hour activity to go through as many times within an hour as you can.
If you're more in favor of keeping your feet on the ground, the adventure doesn't stop.
We offer axe throwing that opened in 2020, and that's a 1-hour time period for you to throw axes for an hour straight. We opened up our mini golf course last year in 2022. That is 18 holes just through the park trails of mini golf. Some people have said this is one of the most challenging mini golf courses they've ever done. And last year we also opened up an outdoor escape room called Forest Escape, and that's for 1 hour. You're going to solve some puzzles, and you have that 1 hour to escape, essentially.
Whether you're looking for fun up in the air or firmly on the ground, Go Ape Zipline and Adventure Park amplifies the opportunities that await inside one of the largest urban parks in the country. Just one more reason we love calling this place home.
Go Ape is all about living life adventurously, so we want people to come out here and conquer their fears or just have a great time with their friends and family. We just are all about living life adventurously, really.
At Shelby Farms Park, I'm Kim Clark.
All right, let's talk about Dillon Brooks here. It looks like he is not coming back to the Memphis Grizzlies next season. He made a name in the NBA by becoming a defender that was really kind of taking on the best player on the other team, but he also became a fierce trash talker, and that blew up in his face. It's certainly an issue that essentially the team wanted to move away from him pretty considerably. When you consider that they put out the language of he is under any circumstances not coming back to Memphis. But he did say something when he responded to the playoffs last year during the Timberwolves in the play-in game, what he wanted to do in the playoffs. This is what he said.
I wouldn't mind playing LeBron in a 7-game series.
Why is that?
The legacy's there. First time back in the playoffs, knock them out right away in the first round.
Yeah, well, it didn't work out that way, and he was very much maligned throughout this playoff season. But it was more than just this playoff series. Dillon Brooks has been maligned for much of the season. He was the NBA leader of technical fouls, and he had to pay a total of $250,000 this entire year because of all the technical fouls, refusing to talk to the media, among other issues. And the trash talking really blew up in his face. He called LeBron old, and we all know how that series went. So the Grizzlies are moving on from Dillon. It'll be interesting to see if he ends up at any NBA team or perhaps he ends up overseas out of the country. The CDC says drug overdose deaths in the U.S. rose to record levels during the pandemic. The deadly rise of fentanyl connected to drug overdose deaths across the country. The researchers took a closer look at specific drugs on the death certificates. The report found that fentanyl significantly more likely to be involved in the deadly overdose than other drugs. It was most commonly a part of fatal overdoses across age groups, race, ethnicity, and genders in all of 2021. CDC also investigating a COVID outbreak from its annual conference. It's working with Georgia to conduct a rapid assessment test in case. This was the first CDC conference in 4 years. Tennessee Valley Authority investing $1 million to help support the transformation of Tom Lee Park's largest lawn to be named TVI Lawn. Construction of the park more than 80% complete. Memphis River Parks Partnership says TVA's investment brings the funding of the $61 million renovation to 99% of its total goal. Check out the new license plates in Mississippi. These are the new ones. These are the standard plates that will begin being issued next January. Lee Francis Eaton of Starkville submitting this winning design. All right, college AP exams start May 1st. Do you remember taking those AP exams? You know, they really do matter. You know, a lot of people say, they don't matter. No, they do. And it's a big deal, and it's something that we should talk about with our friend David Blobom joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Now, we knew David way back when, but he has gone national now. He's a recognized expert in the entrance exam, college admission industries, the director of outreach for the National Test Prep Association. David, welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. How are you?
Thanks. Doing great. It's great to be here. And actually, Angela's segment also applies to high school students, so they definitely need to check their social media as well.
Oh yeah, Angela's fantastic, and I agree with you. Yeah, you can apply that in so many different ways. But you know, the AP exams, they start May 1st. So I've had kids that are dealing with that, and they've dealt with that in the past. What do you tell people? Because a lot of people, well, they don't matter, but they really do, don't they?
Yes, so they matter in some ways that students don't think about because they're in high school and it matters for college. So there's three main ways that AP exams help students. So if you can get AP credit in college, then you can take fewer courses in college and have an easier time, or you can potentially graduate early and save money, or you can get rid of those core requirements early and then take more advanced classes in your interests. The less important usage of them is for admissions and actually getting accepted to the schools. It's really only the top schools that look at AP exam scores like that, but that's a consideration as well. And students just need to keep in mind, they're like any other tests. Preparation is key, but they can succeed.
That is a great breakdown of why it's so important. I mean, various reasons here. Fewer courses, get to graduate early, maybe an opportunity to take some other advanced courses. No, that's great. That's great. What do parents need to know when it comes to studying for these exams? I know that the studying can be overwhelming at times for some students.
Yeah, so the best way to do that prep is hopefully they're doing it in school, but students should be taking released AP exams and seeing how they're doing on those released exams. And then, you know, if it's AP chemistry, seeing what topics did they miss, and then just making sure that they go to their teacher at school, or they learn those topics on their own, or they enlist the help of a good tutor who will actually help them learn those topics.
Fantastic. You know, I always enjoyed our conversations early on, David, when we talked about the SAT and the ACT, because there's so much emphasis on that, although there have been some colleges that have kind of excluded that in their admissions process, or so they say. You know, I've asked this question before, but I think it's an important question to ask again. When it comes to your students who are getting ready for college admissions, should they take the SAT or the ACT? Which one should they take, and why should they take it?
Yeah, so there has been a lot of confusion about it. And there are some schools that are test blind, meaning they won't even look at your SAT, ACT results, even if you send them. But that's only 6% of schools in the country. 88% of schools in the country are what's called test optional, which means they're inviting you to send your SAT and ACT scores because they still care about SAT and ACT scores. And so good scores will always help a student's chances of admission, more merit aid, and scholarships. So the tests really are still advantageous, and students should take a practice exam or potentially the real exam of either, because you can pick and choose which test dates you want to send into colleges. So there's no downside to taking the real test. But once you figure out which test is the best for you, you can just keep taking that until you hit your score goal. You want to finish by November 1st of your senior year, because that's when early application deadlines for early decision and early action deadlines are for most colleges. So for the SAT, students can still take the May, June, August, and October SATs. For the ACT, they can still take the June, July, September, and October tests. So plenty of opportunities.
Should students go into it with a goal? I know with my kids, and they're past this process now. We had a goal that 30 on the ACT. That was our goal. If you can get 30 or above, we will reward you with a financial stipend. But is that a good idea? I mean, I guess you really got to know your child and what motivates them to do well, right?
So that's a fantastic idea. And there's two ways to break that down. You can look up the schools that you're applying to, and a lot of them will just have a chart of if you get this score and have this GPA, which the GPA limits are much easier to hit. So basically, if you hit this SAT or ACT score, we're going to give you this much money per year, maybe $10,000, $15,000. So definitely look up on the school's websites, can I get money for a certain score? So that's for getting money. Then there's the admissions piece. And as far as setting a score goal for an admissions piece, I would look up all those schools again and look up their median SAT and ACT score. You want your SAT and ACT score to hit that or be above that for your scores to actually help you in admissions.
Let me ask you this. One of the last conversations we had, David, was about ChatGPT. And it's so interesting because right after we had that conversation, I saw it everywhere. Like everyone was talking about ChatGPT. So I like to say we're on the cutting edge here on the digital desk with you. How has that changed the test, if it has at all?
So speaking of the cutting edge, the last time we talked about it, it was version 3. Now, version 4 just came out a few weeks ago. It's changed everything again. And I should preface this with, I'm not encouraging students to do this because they shouldn't be doing this. But what students are doing now that version 4 is out is version 4 can almost perfectly copy the writing style of any writing that you put into it. So what students are doing is they're taking the essays of students who have been admitted to top colleges. They're inputting those essays and then saying, write my application essay in that style. And Johns Hopkins, for instance, on their website, which they should really remove, there's over 40 essays that worked. And so students can literally just I tried it out, and they can just put that into ChatGPT, say, write this essay for me, and in under a minute, they will get a top 1% essay. So if colleges don't adapt, they're really in trouble. They really need to do either proctored essays or interviews or do something to guarantee authentic content from their applicants.
That really sounds very scary and a big issue they need to address ASAP. I would think, David, that they would kind of highlight it when it comes to, the ACT or the SAT. Got to do the essay, of course, in person. But wow, for an application, I don't know how you make sure it's authentic.
I completely agree. And the SAT, unfortunately, actually discontinued its essay, and the ACT still has its essay, but no one needs to take it because colleges don't even look at it. So I really think that they need to rethink that, because right now they don't have any verified content from applicants. And to be honest, this was already a problem. I mean, you can Google, write my application essays for me, and there's a million firms that are out there to write your essays for you. Again, students should not do that, but it was always provided basically to the wealthy. The irony is ChatGPT has now allowed everyone to cheat. It's democratized cheating, which is wrong, but hopefully it will be enough to push colleges to actually fix the problem that already existed, and it's just much larger now.
Wow, interesting stuff. Very cutting edge as always, David. Thank you for that. What else can we talk about with regards to AP exams, SAT, ACT, that whole process that we haven't talked about already?
And one thing to put on people's radar is that next year, the SAT is changing from its current format from a 3-hour paper exam into a 2-hour digital exam that's going to be adaptive. So it's actually a good change, but for any families who have a sophomore right now, they need to be aware that in the middle of their child's junior year, that SAT is going to completely change. So the current SAT is only going to be offered until December 2023. The next SAT that's offered is in March of 2024. Very different test. So students should not start prepping for the current SAT unless they know that they'll be done by December if they're going to be a junior next year, or they should take the ACT. So something to consider.
Dumb question. How does the 2-hour digital exam differ from what the exam is now?
It's a great question. So the math and grammar are basically the same, but it's the reading that's going to change. And instead of being, a long reading passage and then maybe 10 questions on that reading passage, students will only get one short passage and then one question on that short passage. So no more long passages. There's also just more reasoning questions and some actually cool questions. I actually think that they did a good job on the remake, but this first year of students will unfortunately be guinea pigs for the new test.
Yeah, that's wild. I always enjoy talking with you because you know what's coming and you know like where we are in terms of testing and maybe how to get an edge and what students and parents need to know about. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go, David? This has been great, very helpful.
Thank you. Just if families would like a vetted list of the best tutors, they can head to nationaltestprep.org, and we would be happy to, help you find the best tutors in your area.
Awesome, David Blobom. We really appreciate your expertise and your thoughts and all that valuable information you're sharing with so many people here in Memphis and across the Mid-South. Thanks very much.
My pleasure.
Well, it looks like a lot of sunshine today, but not as windy across the Mid-South. Winds only around 5 to 10 miles per hour. So with that in mind, temperatures are going to hit the low 70s. We'll see a few high clouds roll in as we go through the afternoon, but a very comfortable day across the entire Mid-South. Look at this, low 70s for portions of West Tennessee, 71 Covington, Ripley, 71 in Dyersburg. Same story in Bolivar. As you go to the south, a little bit warmer, maybe some mid-70s. Clarksdale all the way back to Batesville, and as we go into eastern Arkansas, generally around 73 from Wynne all the way down to Helena. Let's talk about our next system though, because it will include some rain chances starting tomorrow afternoon, maybe north of Memphis. Not everybody's going to see rain tomorrow, but there could be a few showers out there. May have to watch for an isolated shower or storm later in the day Friday. Definitely some rain in the morning, but I think there could be some pop-up isolated storms in the afternoon. One or two of those could be strong, so we'll have to watch because an area of low pressure will be just to our north and a much warmer and more unstable atmosphere will move into the Mid-South. Then that front kind of lingers across the area, so we'll leave off and on rain chances in the forecast through the weekend, but it's not going to be a washout. Look at how warm it's going to be. Notice the darker reds. Yeah, we're really going to warm up as we head into the weekend. Let's talk about the first chance of showers, though, as we go into tomorrow. Looks dry in the morning, but in the afternoon, there could be a little batch of showers, mainly from Blytheville to Dyersburg back to Jonesboro. That will be the prime area to see any rain. Otherwise, as we go into the weekend for Beale Street Music Fest in the evening hours, we're thinking that temperatures will be in the 70s. Yes, we'll have about a 30% chance of a pop-up shower or storm. Hopefully we can keep those away from the event. But as we go into Saturday, again, most of the activity would likely be in the early morning hours. Still can't rule out a pop-up shower in the evening. I think the best chance is probably going to be Sunday evening as we'll see evening showers start to develop, especially after 7 o'clock. Of course, we're going to keep you posted on the Action News 5 First Alert weather app as we go through the weekend, and Ron Childers will be tracking the latest on all this as well on Action News 5 at 4, 5, 6, and 10 o'clock the next couple of nights. Look for temperatures in the 7-day forecast to go above average the next several days with those off and on rain chances. Again, not a washout on any given day, but we'll stay in the 80-degree range heading into early next week with lows in the mid-60s.
Well, Amanda Hansen here at the Action News 5 digital desk, and I'm sure you know sleep is so important. And if you didn't know, March is Sleep Awareness Month, and so we are wanting to get some more information about how you can make the most of the sleep that you get and just how it can impact your health. So joining us this morning, we have a special guest with us this morning, Amy Duffy, Dr. Amy Duffy. How are you doing? We're so glad to have you on this morning.
I'm fantastic. Thank you so much for having me.
So I want to dive right in because as someone who used to work really odd hours, I used to work a morning show here at one of our television stations within our company, and so I would have to come into work at 3 o'clock in the morning. And it was always difficult for me to make myself go to bed early so I could get enough sleep. And I learned that if you don't get enough sleep, it can really impact your overall health. Can you talk a little bit about some of the impacts that it can create for you if you're not getting that quality sleep?
Absolutely. We see lack of sleep can lead to many chronic health conditions and diseases like diabetes, obesity, heart disease, and even depression. And lack of sleep leads to motor vehicle accidents and lots of mistakes at work, and that can cause a growing number of disabilities and injuries every year. It's really something that we have to get a hold on for our health. I think that lack of sleep is really almost a pandemic here in America.
And I feel like there's been a lot of talk about this particular topic. We just had daylight saving time, and of course that can mess with your sleep patterns and things like that.
Absolutely.
I know there's some legislation going through right now about staying in daylight saving time, and so people are thrown off. What kind of tips? I know that you have some mistakes that maybe people make that keep them from being able to get to sleep. Can you talk about what some of those mistakes might be?
Absolutely. One of the first mistakes is drinking a cup of hot cocoa or warm milk. So did you ever have your grandma say, "Here, sweetie, here's a cup of warm hot cocoa," right?
Oh, yes.
So that hot cocoa is full of sugar and caffeine, and it can be really stimulating and keep you from falling asleep. That warm milk for some can exacerbate acid reflux, waking you up later, making you uncomfortable, stomach upset. And both of these are liquids. Drinking liquids right before bed, you're going to be waking up later to pee.
Exactly. I know myself. I've made the mistake where I would drink hot chocolate or even some teas out there that have caffeine. Green tea, I believe, has caffeine in it. And so I could see that being a mistake you make. You're drinking something hot, warm, thinking that it maybe will help you relax, but actually it has the opposite effect. So what else?
And here's the other one, right? Another beverage people want to drink right before they go to bed is maybe a glass of wine or a beer, whatever your beverage of choice is, right? And that calms your brain down, thinking, oh, that's going to help me get ready for bed and go to sleep. And it may calm you down initially, but the withdrawal from alcohol can be really stimulating, and it will wake you up later. And alcohol is a diuretic and another liquid, so right before bed, that's going to wake you up later again. Many alcoholic beverages have a lot of sugar in them, including that wine or those mixers with maybe a margarita or something like that. And that sugar rush is going to be followed by a sugar crash, and you're going to wake up with night sweats. That's not menopause, lady. That's your blood sugar dropping.
I would have not known that at all. And it's so interesting, though, because you bring up all of these different things, and in your mind, you're thinking that this is helping you sleep, when in fact it's counterintuitive. And one of them that I know is on this list, it was talking about sleeping pills. What's the story with that?
Yeah, so sleeping pills, a lot of people think they're sleeping pills, and really most of them are just sedatives. They're tricking your mind and your body into thinking that you're sleeping, but you're really not sleeping. And you're going to wake up still feeling unrested and even a little bit hungover the next morning. Not a good idea.
Yeah, I understand that. I know when I've been sick in the past, and you take the medicine that maybe the PM, Tylenol PM, and sometimes you wake up feeling groggier than you did before you went to sleep. So, and then of course, we as humans are so reliable on technology, and it seems like we're constantly, we have our phone in our hand. And I mean, could this be another thing that just really keeps you awake at night?
Absolutely. So that light from your cell phone, as soon as you turn it on, it's going to stimulate your brain. It interrupts your circadian rhythm, and it suppresses the hormone melatonin, which is the important hormone that's going to help you sleep. This is one of the biggest mistakes that we see. Instead,
No, continue.
Yeah, I was going to say one of the best things you can do if you want to borrow your phone for a few minutes is have a ready, available, recorded audio of a meditation or a relaxation where you can just ready to go, hit the button and help that calm you down. Do some deep breathing exercises, in for 4 and out for 4. Those are both really good things that can help you fall back to sleep.
I know for myself, I've downloaded that app called Calm before when I've had trouble sleeping, and I think there's even some of that calming sound or noises, the natural noises that you can find on YouTube too, that I've turned to before when I could not sleep, because sometimes my brain just gets so active that I sit there restless at night. So we talked about some mistakes that maybe people make that could be impacting their quality of sleep. Do you have any other tips to maybe help people if they're struggling to be able to get to bed at night and get that quality sleep that we all need?
Yeah. I think anytime we can start the process ahead of time, having a good routine, trying to go to bed at the same time every night is very good. Our brains are ready for that melatonin to kick in. Our cortisol comes down as we go to sleep at night. So anything that you can do to start turning your lights off at nighttime, maybe turn on some of that calming music and start the process early enough to get your brain out of that stimulating sympathetic mode and into our rest and digest mode.
And I know you mentioned something about how sleeping pills can impact your quality of sleep. What about those like melatonin gummies or something like that? Are those helpful?
Yeah, melatonin is the hormone that we need to help us sleep, and it can actually be suppressed with all this stimulation. So cortisol is your wake-up hormone, and melatonin is your sleep hormone. When we're stimulated and stressed and turning lights on, that actually increases cortisol, which suppresses your melatonin. So for some people, taking anywhere from 1 to 3 milligrams of melatonin up to 5 or 6 maybe to start out with, without having a conversation with your doctor. Going higher doses sometimes is necessary, but definitely in those low doses, it absolutely can help calm your brain down and start that sleep process.
Definitely some great advice. Is there anything else you want to add before we let you go?
I think that's about it. You know, like I said, I think sleep is such a powerful thing that's going to help turn our health around. It's going to give you more energy. And we really just have to focus on how can we start that process of getting better sleep, not only falling asleep, but keeping us from waking up in the middle of the night. That's really important. So I appreciate it so much for being on with you.
Well, Dr. Amy Duffy, thank you for taking some time with us, and you have a good rest of your morning, all right?
Thank you so much. You too.
All right, let's go to Middle Tennessee, where a kayaker was killed after being hit by a boat. Her body was pulled from Piercy Priest Lake. Investigators say she wasn't wearing a life vest, and so many boating authorities say that happens way too often, and it's the cause of many water deaths throughout the state.
If you go overboard and you hit that cold water, you have your body gasp, just really big gasp, and if your head's not above water, when you have that gasp, you can respirate the water into your lungs, and it can cause all kinds of problems.
And keep in mind, it might start to feel warmer outside these days, but the water, you can bet, is much, much colder. Do you delay deadlines? Perhaps you put off tomorrow what you can do today. There is a new study out of the University of Chicago that found 20%, that's 1 in 5 people, suffer from procrastination or just deal with procrastination. I don't know if it's a suffering issue, but another 48% found in a new study that people say distraction is the reason for their procrastination. But there is something called body doubling, or working with a friend, that could be the answer. That was the subject of this Best Life Report.
I usually procrastinate the things that are really difficult or challenging, and I just kind of do it because I'm scared of failing.
I procrastinate a lot.
If you struggle with procrastination, you're not alone. A new technique called body doubling may cure your productivity killer. A body double is a friend or partner who works with you simultaneously, either in the same room or virtually through video chat platforms. Having someone there with you can help increase productivity by holding you accountable, sometimes referred to as an accountability partner. It's a technique for better productivity. FocusMate, an online community that pairs members with a body double, states that body doubling works using 5 behavioral triggers: task implementation, social pressure, accountability, specific task direction, and activating certain neurotransmitters through behavior. So what should you look for in a body double? Find someone that can be quiet and independent. Their job is not to engage with or distract you, so a good friend would probably not be ideal. If you don't have a friend or colleague to be your body double, you aren't out of luck. Some TikTok users regularly go live while they're trying to work so others can use them as a virtual body double. There's also body doubling or co-working platforms or apps like Flown, FocusMate, or Flow Club. With ways to live your best life, I'm Andrew Douglas, Action News 5. As we approach the summer pool season, lifeguards are in high demand. According to a national study, there's a shortage of certified lifeguards across the country. Another impact from the pandemic over the past couple of summers. Taylor Tucker talked with YMCA staff to see how they're diving in to help out.
As the summer season approaches, the role of a lifeguard becomes increasingly important.
Kids and families just really enjoying themselves at the pool. You're creating a safe environment for families to come and swim, and that just leads to just incredible amounts of confidence within individuals.
Isaac Isaias is a lifeguard instructor, and his job is in high demand.
Anyone that wants to learn life-saving skills, that wants to be around water, be around kids and families, and just provide really good care, that's what we're looking for in a lifeguard.
Some lifeguard training can cost between $250 and $400. But at the YMCA at Schilling Farms, it's free for the first 1,000 candidates who can pass the swim test.
We have multiple centers all the way down from Mississippi up to Jackson, Tennessee. And so you tell me what pool you want to work at, and that's where we're going to put you.
Everyone will learn how to be CPR certified. They'll learn how to attach an AED and provide life-saving support. They're going to learn how to give ventilation breath. They're going to learn how to save people out of water, get them out of water really quickly. It's a really, really fun process for them.
According to the American Lifeguard Association, lifeguards are in such short supply. Many public pools in cities across America simply won't be able to open this summer. But the Wise Free initiative hopes to combat that shortage and ensure swimmers stay safe.
We want everyone to have a fun summer. We want families to be here and engaged, but safety has to be number one.
Kids that grow up around a safe pool and they're learning how to swim, knowing that they're not in danger, leads to better development down the road.
Well, it looks like a lot of sunshine today, but not as windy across the Mid-South. Winds only around 5 to 10 miles per hour. So with that in mind, temperatures are going to hit the low 70s. We'll see a few high clouds roll in as we go through the afternoon, but a very comfortable day across the entire Mid-South. Look at this, low 70s for portions of West Tennessee, 71 Covington, Ripley, 71 in Dyersburg. Same story in Bolivar. As you go to the south, a little bit warmer, maybe some mid-70s. Clarksdale all the way back to Batesville, and as we go into eastern Arkansas, generally around 73 from Wynne all the way down to Helena. Let's talk about our next system though, because it will include some rain chances starting tomorrow afternoon, maybe north of Memphis. Not everybody's going to see rain tomorrow, but there could be a few showers out there. May have to watch for an isolated shower or storm later in the day Friday. Definitely some rain in the morning, but I think there could be some pop-up isolated storms in the afternoon. One or two of those could be strong, so we'll have to watch because an area of low pressure will be just to our north and a much warmer and more unstable atmosphere will move into the Mid-South. Then that front kind of lingers across the area, so we'll leave off and on rain chances in the forecast through the weekend, but it's not going to be a washout. Look at how warm it's going to be. Notice the darker reds. Yeah, we're really going to warm up as we head into the weekend. Let's talk about the first chance of showers, though, as we go into tomorrow. It looks dry in the morning, but in the afternoon, there could be a little batch of showers, mainly from Blytheville to Dyersburg back to Jonesboro. That will be the prime area to see any rain. Otherwise, as we go into the weekend for Beale Street Music Fest in the evening hours, we're thinking that temperatures will be in the 70s. Yes, we'll have about a 30% chance of a pop-up shower or storm. Hopefully we can keep those away from the event. But as we go into Saturday, again, most of the activity would likely be in the early morning hours. Still can't rule out a pop-up shower in the evening. I think the best chance is probably going to be Sunday evening, as we'll see evening showers start to develop, especially after 7 o'clock. Of course, we're going to keep you posted on the Action News 5 First Alert weather app as we go through the weekend, and Ron Childers will be tracking the latest on all this as well on Action News 5 at 4, 5, 6, and 10 o'clock the next.
Okay, May is Mental Health Month. How is your mental health these days? There's always some form of news out there that addresses mental health, especially coming out of the pandemic here, 3 years since the pandemic began. We're always focused a lot more on mental health. In fact, Mental Health America, which is the nation's leading community-based nonprofit, has dedicated to addressing the needs of those living with mental illness, and is encouraging everyone to consider how the world around them affects their mental health, from their neighbors to genetics. Let's talk more about this with the president and CEO of Mental Health America. Schroeder Stribling is joining us on the digital desk. I appreciate you joining us and telling us what apparently you have some data when it comes to mental health in 2022. Really interested in hearing some of your data. Good morning.
Good morning, and thanks for having me, and thanks for highlighting this month. So you're correct, May is Mental Health Month. This is a tradition that was started by Mental Health America in 1949, and we look at this as a really great annual reminder and opportunity to check in on our mental health and the mental health and well-being of our loved ones, our friends, our neighbors, and our communities. And in conjunction with the start of Mental Health Month, we have released a report today that talks about the data from our National Prevention and Screening Program, which was launched in 2014. So about 6.3 million people came to take a self-test and check in on their mental health in 2022. And the results that we got were concerning, especially with regard to youth. They're consistent with what we've seen before, but they really tell us a great deal about who's in the most distress, and they draw our attention especially to folks who are 24 years and younger.
Schroeder, I have 2 older teenagers, and they constantly tell me a couple of things. They tell me that social media and the phone devices, smartphones, whatever, tablets, they seem to be, when it comes to mental health issues and things that distract or hurt their mental health, those 2 issues, social media and screens or devices like an iPhone or any kind of smartphone, really hurt. Based upon your research and whether it's this survey and others, is that what you're seeing?
You are absolutely right that there's a lot of conversation about what is the role of social media in the youth mental health crisis. And no doubt there is a correlation. And so I think your kids are right, and they're insightful to know that the social media and technology is having an effect on their mental health. One of the things that we do know is that about, as I mentioned, about 3/4 of those 6.3 million screeners were youth. And the most popular screen that people take is for depression. Anxiety comes next. And about half of the youth who took a screen for depression reported that they were having frequent thoughts of suicide. So that gives us a sense of the degree of the problem. And then when you ask people, what are the reasons for their distress? The 3 most popular answers given, and remember this is largely from young people, are concerns about body image, self-image, and relationships. And when we think about social media, certainly those issues of body image and self-image and relationships are all impacted by social media, which is mediating a lot of those relationships and which is giving youth a lot of sometimes distressing feedback about their self-image or their self-worth or their body image. So I think it is definitely one of the contributing factors and something for us to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a major contributing factor for sure. It's really interesting to hear some of that data coming from your screening data, Mental Health America. I understand that housing stability and home environment also plays a pretty large part of our mental health role. Explain that to me.
Yes, so each year we choose a theme for Mental Health Month. And this year, our theme is Look Around and Look Within. So in addition to this being a reminder for folks to check in on their own mental health, it's a reminder to think about how the natural and built environments around us are affecting our mental health. Now, there are some things that we have greater control over than others. Housing stability, sometimes we have greater control over that, but safety in the home, health in the home, where we can make positive changes, we want to encourage people to do that. So as we do every year for Mental Health Month, we've published a toolkit, and this year's toolkit is about looking around and looking within, helps people understand how they can get to that screening, take a self-test, check in on their own mental health, but also what they can do with the natural environment around them. And that could be as simple as changing the setup of the room that you live in or the apartment where you are, or spending time outside. And outside doesn't mean necessarily that you have to get to a national park. It might just mean that you're able to spend a little bit of outdoor time. For instance, I grew up in a small apartment in New York City, and there was a little tiny porch that we had, but it allowed for some outdoor time. So that's important to people's mental health. And those are the kind of tips and tricks that you'll find in our toolkit for this year.
You know, Schroeder, you stole my question there, because I was talking about Mother Nature with my kids, and they always love, whether it's a bike ride, going to a park. In Memphis, we have one of the largest urban parks in America. It's Shelby Farms Park. But our surrounding areas, there's tons of parks where people go and they can just walk and connect with nature and get, I guess, a clearer mind, just kind of just get away from the hustle and bustle of whether they're connected on a device or in classrooms or various settings, work, what have you. Having that Mother Nature connection can, I would think, really clear the mind a lot. Is that what you're seeing in some of your research? And what else are you seeing, ways that people can find maybe some good habits?
Well, you've really put your finger on something very important. Outside time and getting outdoors is enormously important to our mental health. There's lots of research that tells us. And once again, this does not have to be a national park. Just any outdoor time is good for folks. In fact, this May, we are partnered up with LL Bean for a challenge about outdoor time, and we're hoping to get people to log 500,000 hours of time spent outdoors during May. Could be any kind of outdoors, and you can find at our website, mhanational.org, you can find more information about our LL Bean challenge to spend time outdoors. Pardon me. So that's enormously important. The other thing that I would recommend is that we have a new book out in addition to our May Mental Health Toolkit. And our book is called Where to Start. And the title really says it all. It's about how to start thinking about mental health and mental health in your own life, how to be aware of what supports you best in your own mental health, and how to attend to our well-being, as well as checking in on that of our loved ones and family members and others.
You and I are on the same wavelength here, because my question now is, and I don't want to give the book away, but if there were, let's say, 3 bullet points about where people can begin, and we've already mentioned, you know, clearing your mind, going on a walk or somewhere, maybe in a park or something like that. If you were to give people maybe 3 bullet points on how to start bettering your mental health, and we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here, where would you start with those 3 bullet points?
Well, the first, I think, and the most important is to get informed, is to get information. So just like we would about our bodily and our physical health, we need information so that we can take care of our mental health. And we need to know how we can check in on our mental health. So you can find a lot of information about mental health in general at our website, mhanational.org, or in the book. But the other thing that you can find is a link to our National Prevention and Screening Program. And that's the program where the free and anonymous platform that I mentioned before, where people can take any one of 11 validated tests, self-tests, to get more insight about how they're doing and to learn a little bit about their own mental health. So I think those are the most important things to start with. And then the last thing I would mention is to intervene or take action early. If you have signs of distress for yourself, if you're noticing changes in your mood, your appetite, your sleeping, your behavior that are concerning to you, get help early. So starting might be about taking a mental health test or screening, might also be about talking to a trusted loved one or sharing with someone, a therapist perhaps, how you're feeling, to see about getting help. So getting help early. And if you do find yourself in crisis, very important to know that we have a new resource. It's about a year old now, 988. For anyone who doesn't know about this new number, you can call or text 988 for a mental health crisis. And the goal is to have a mental health response to a mental health crisis. So that's another important resource that we like to get out during this Awareness Month.
Schroeder Stribling with Mental Health Awareness, or Mental Health America, the president and CEO. Really appreciate our conversation, and I think we really helped people kind of address this issue and help them if they need help out there, and just really kind of being in the know when it comes to what to do and some of the problems. Thanks very much.
Thanks so much for having me.
Are you in the market for a new ride? You know, either a new car, a used car. Of course, that'll be new for you. Well, the car buying game has changed dramatically. Shoppers, a lot of times, they can go online, they can do their research, look at various buying tools to their advantage. That can lead to better deals, smarter buying decisions, higher satisfaction in the long run. So let's get some expert advice on how to navigate the car buying process. I'm joined now on the Action News 5 digital desk by Motor Trend editor Duncan Brady, who's live with us. And I can tell that you have a couple of cars there, Duncan. Good morning. Tell us about your top tips for buying a car right now.
Hey, Andrew. Good morning. Thanks for having me. So if we have one tip, it's that you got to do your research. You know, you want to be the expert when you walk into that dealership. And as you mentioned, folks who use online tools like the Buyer's Guide, who become the expert, they're the ones who get better deals, who have higher long-term satisfaction.
I see you have a couple of cars there. Tell us about the cars that you're right now in the middle of.
We do. So we have an ultimate ranking system here at Motor Trend, and these are two of our favorite vehicles. The Kia Telluride you see here, this is our favorite three-row family SUV. It was our SUV of the year a few years back, and this year brings a mid-cycle refresh. So tweaks to the already excellent styling, which I'm sure you guys are familiar with. There's new tech inside, plus you get a couple off-road variants, including the X Pro on your screen right now. Did you know this Kia has 14 interior upholstery options? That's bananas. That's Bentley stuff. It's easy to see, especially considering that the base model has the big screen, has Apple CarPlay, has adaptive cruise control. Easy to see why this is our favorite three-row SUV. And then, of course, we have the Volvo XC40 Recharge, one of our favorite electric compact luxury SUVs. I said electric, there's no engine under there, motors and batteries. And this Volvo is really quick. I was giggling the first time I drove it. It's quicker than some Mustangs and Camaros, but it's a Volvo, right? These are the folks who brought us the 3-point safety belt back in 1959. So it's really safe. It has all of the driver assist active safety features you want, but it's also very crash worthy. It gets great crash test ratings. It's a 2022 IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus. You're seeing the interior right now. It's pretty luxurious. We have a Google-based infotainment and navigation system. There's Apple CarPlay. The car we have in studio right now has a really handsome vegan tailored wool upholstery option. You know, I'm a big fan of this Volvo.
Hey, Duncan, what's the MSRPs on both of those vehicles? They, of course, look very nice.
Good question. I'm not exactly sure. I believe the Kia is somewhere in that $45,000 range, and the Volvo might be closer to $60,000.
Okay, so, the last year we were dealing with a lot of supply chain issues with cars to the point where people were going for used cars, and used cars were more expensive in certain situations than the new cars. Is that supply chain issue with all the computer chips, has that been resolved now?
Getting better, yes. Dealers have a lot more inventory than they had a few years ago, and we're not dealing with the same level of chip shortage that we had in years past.
Okay, so I know you are an editor for Motor Trend. They put out all kinds of publications year-round, including the Buyer's Guide. Tell me how it enhances someone who's in the market for a new ride.
So we talked about doing your research earlier. The Buyer's Guide is our research headquarters. We have 3 outstanding tools plus vehicle overview pages on literally every car on sale. We have a great team here in El Segundo, and I want to talk about those tools. So we have CarMatch. That's the closest you can get to giving me a call and asking for personalized buying advice. Really, these are the same questions I'd ask my mom, my dad, if their name popped up on my phone. You know, you answer those questions, you see, and we give you a few recommendations. The whole process takes about 30 seconds. I mentioned Ultimate Car Rankings. We rank nearly every car on sale, cars, trucks, SUVs, in over 45 segments. So, you know, if you want to see what's best in some automotive segment, we have the answers for you there. And it's all backed by Motor Trend's testing expertise and the features, safety, fuel economy that buyers want to know about. Once you narrow it down, have a few options, Car Compare will save you a bunch of time. Instead of going to dealership websites, sifting through all that sales nonsense, you can see the pricing, the fuel economy, all the specs right there in one place.
Let me ask you this, Duncan. We have thousands of people that watch us on the digital desk each and every morning. And if someone is thinking, you know, I probably by the end of this year need to start looking for a new vehicle, where would you tell them to start? I mean, give me, like, if you would, maybe 3 bullet points. What should they do?
Sure. So you probably already know your budget, right? But then you want to think about, what kind of car do I need? Do I need a bunch of cargo space? Do I need off-road capability? Then you'll go for an SUV. But if you prioritize, say, fuel economy and driving dynamics, then you'd go for something like a hatchback or sedan. But again, you just got to do the research. We're the ones who get the chance and have the privilege to drive all of the cars on sale, more or less. And I really trust the folks on staff here to give strong recommendations and make sure folks buy the right car.
Okay, Motor Trend editor Duncan Brady, we really appreciate your time this morning. Thanks for the insight, the info, and take care of yourself, man.
Thanks for having me. All the good stuff is at motortrend.com/cars.
For decades, fluoride has been added to most of our tap water to help protect against cavities. But now studies are addressing how much is too much when it comes to fluoride and whether it can cause problems, especially in infants and expected mothers. Let's talk about this issue and more with a biological dentist, Dr. Griffith Cole. He joins us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Good morning, Dr. Cole. Let's first talk about what a biological dentist is. I've never heard of that.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Yeah, so we're more like whole body dentists. We work like a functional medicine doctor in that we look at more than just fixing what's going on in the mouth. We want to know the underlying causes of the symptoms. Why are they getting cavities? Why do they have infection? So we dig a little deeper and we treat the whole person, really. We're also very concerned with materials, and so we don't work with anything that we know is toxic to the body, like mercury, nickel, and even fluoride.
That's excellent. All right, so that's perfect to set the table here for this discussion. I'm really looking forward to this discussion because I've had so many debates with various family members and some friends who hate fluoride, who hate the idea of fluoride in tap water. I mean, it was put in tap water back in the 40s to address the issue of cavities. There's been a lot of studies out there that have talked about the toxicity to people's bodies with fluoride. And now there's what I'm reading is that there may be a link when it comes to IQs and infants and children. Bring us up to speed.
I will. So you're absolutely right. Too much fluoride can negatively affect most of our organs in our body. And now we know brain function and activity. And how we know that is the National Toxicology Program, which works under Health and Human Services. Their job is to look at substances that are harmful to the environment and let us know. And they looked at these reports and found absolute brain impairments, including lower IQ, as you mentioned, in babies born to pregnant moms who ingested fluoridated water during pregnancy.
Now, I've always heard, Dr. Cole, that the amount of fluoride that's in tap water is so small and so minute that it wouldn't really affect people's bodies. Is that I mean, I guess that's one argument, but, you know, my thought is, well, if it's any kind of poison, why put it in at all? I mean, do the negatives outweigh the positives? Where currently is this issue? Because I've seen some communities across the country removing it from their tap water because there's been such a backlash.
Yeah, so your statements are absolutely accurate in that there are many people who are now realizing that not only is it not effective, it's not doing its intended function, but it's actually very harmful. And keep in mind, too, that fluoride, when you get fluoride in your body, when you drink it, your body can only metabolize and get rid of about half of that. So the other half stays in your body indefinitely. So this is an accumulative effect, right? And that's the problem with it. Drinking it is not what we need to do. So, and now we know that we are getting too much. And in fact, Health and Human Services has lowered the level that's allowed to be added to water supplies because they're noticing children are getting these spots on their teeth, this tooth fluorosis, these white spots. Every 2 out of 5 kids has that now in this country. And we get it in these other things too, right? Like bottled drinks, we get it in some dietary supplements, mouth rinses, toothpaste, and even a lot of prescription medications. So there's just so much of it. Even if you try to avoid it, and you're hopefully in some community where you don't have your water fluoridated, you're still being exposed to it. So you got to be careful of that.
So let's talk about some alternatives out there. I know that there are a lot of alternatives that I see at health food stores, for example. They have big labels on the toothpaste that says no fluoride toothpaste or fluoride free, that sort of thing. Is that what we should be looking for? Give me some alternatives.
Yeah, I feel that way, and I'll just speak for myself. I mean, I don't think that we need fluoride in any form, but there'll be plenty of dentists out there that will tell you it works topically, and they're right. You can apply it to your teeth topically and get some kind of anti-decay effect. It's unnecessary, but it does have that effect. So you know, I always tell people the same thing, and it's just simple principles that we learned a long time ago. A good, sound diet, right? One that is low in sugar, but high in vegetables, especially green leafy vegetables, good fats, ample protein, right? Combine that with good home care. And I mean simple things, right? If we brush and floss daily and spend a couple minutes brushing your teeth, clean your tongue, That combined with a good diet, and you've got a home run there. You don't need to add any kind of special dentifrice to your teeth to make them stronger. You already have the foundation.
Would you recommend that all communities across the country remove fluoride from their tap water?
I absolutely would, and have for 28 years now. It's unnecessary. It's never been proven to actually work, as I mentioned. And now we know that all these brain impairments, I mean, lower IQs, get this, they found when the National Toxicology Program looked at all these studies and they handpicked what they thought were well done, controlled, randomized studies, they found that there was a steep drop in IQ, up to 7 points in babies that were born to these moms who drank fluoridated water during pregnancy.
That is crazy to me. It's amazing to me that it's still allowed in some of the community tap water across the country. What about when it comes to toothpaste? You know, naturally, you think of toothpaste, you think of, you know, putting it on your teeth, rinsing it, cleaning it, and then spitting it out. Would there be any harmful effects from that?
So, you know, every toothpaste that has fluoride now has that little warning label. And they've had it for years where it says, you know, don't swallow more than a pea-sized amount. And the reason why is it's toxic. And if a child especially swallowed a fair amount of toothpaste, it could do some harm. So I always say you don't need to have any kind of fluoride toothpaste. You can there's so many toothpastes out there that don't have them, as you mentioned, but you can even brush your teeth with just baking soda. Baking soda and water is a really nice soft dentifrice. It'll get the plaque off your teeth, and that's really all you need. So you can save some money there.
Tell me why this hasn't gotten as much coverage. I feel like you know it, I know it, but I don't feel like this is one of those huge pressing issues that many of Americans know about.
You know, I think it's because it's been something that's been hammered into us our whole lives, right? Since 1945 anyway. And dentists especially. Like, I love to get into debates with these pro-fluoridationists, and I know I can win because I have all the science. But I think that when you're told that something is good for you and you're told that again and again, you just take things at face value without really looking at the science behind it. But if everybody just takes a moment and really digest what this report is about, I mean, now we're talking about babies being born with brain impairments. I think that should wake some people up. And don't let any pro-fluoridationist say to you, oh, these studies aren't any good. These are incredible studies. That's why the NTP actually handpicked, because there's over 80 studies, but they got down to 52 that they felt did the right, you know, really good scientific method. They were, you know, great methodologies. They were very well done. And that says a lot about these results.
Let's talk about where people can see these studies and these various scientific data points for themselves. Can they go anywhere online?
Yes, thank you for asking. So if they go to the IAOMT.org, so it's the International Academy of Oral Medicine and Toxicology. The website is IAOMT.org. They can find a biologic dentist. They can find, as you mentioned, these studies. We have a library, a loaded digital library with so much information on all topics related to oral medicine. It's a great resource.
Okay, Dr. Griffith Cole, we really appreciate this conversation this morning. Thank you for joining us and illuminating us to the issues with fluoride, not only in our water, but in so many different facets of our everyday life. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to be here.
All right, that does it for us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We have Action News 5 midday at the top of the hour. Ariana Poindexter will be anchoring for that. Then you can join us later tomorrow morning, another edition of the Digital Desk beginning at 8 o'clock. See you then.